uns einfach so untergeschoben. Coffee Talk, genau. Coffee Talk war's. Fangen wir einfach mal an. Ein neues Screenplay beginnen. The Rack 2 The Rack E2 Reckoning. Ein altes ramponiertes Auto rast durch die Landschaft. Ich hatte auch mal so eins. Das ist eindeutig in Frankreich. Ja, jetzt. Warum vibriert denn mein Controller, wenn ich klicken soll, um zu starten? Ich Coffee Talk 2 spiele, habe ich vor. Ich muss meine Stimme dann vorher ölen, weil es war eine Menge vorzulesen, aber ja. Bisschen leiser, okay.
Confession. I love crappy romantic comedies. Yeah, it's a cliché. I can't help it. I love them.
Das Englisch mit französischem Akzent, schön.
The girl is at her wit's end. She's been crying her eyes out. Her makeup is running. She looks like a zombie.
Ich bin bereit.
She's done. Which is when Ryan Gosling knocks on her door to coax her out.
Miss.
Scheiße ist gut. Wie? Kann nichts. Moment, bin ich überhaupt hier im Spiel? Ja.
That sounds nothing like Ryan Gosling. See,
Hab's mal ein bisschen lauter
this is
gemacht.
the problem with my life in a nutshell. It's not romantic, and it's certainly not a comedy. All right, where am I? What happened? Oh yeah, the hospital. I felt woozy, and then oof.
Das ist, glaube ich, mehr ein Mausspiel.
Hot. And I guess that I fainted? Ah, well, dropped to the restroom floor like a sack of potatoes. No better place for a nap.
Are you okay, miss?
Oh, shit, the doctor. Honestly, not really, no. I'll be all right, though.
Are you sure?
Ich mag diesen grafischen Effekt.
As if I could be sure of anything.
Ich bin unsicher, ob es hier was spielt.
My guardian angel. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe there's something I know for sure. If I have to spend one more second lying on this filthy floor, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to vomit. Vomit again, I guess.
Also ja, ich habe der Sound war tatsächlich noch ausgerichtet auf Xbox Capture, deswegen war es so geboostet. Aber ich guck mal ganz kurz, ob nee, es sollte jetzt aber in Ordnung sein. Guck mal kurz, ob irgendwelche Boost-Filter irgendwas drin sind. Nee, tatsächlich nur das ganz normale Ducking. Es sollte jetzt passen. Keep me updated, wenn es zu laut ist. Ich habe es jetzt auf minus 25.
I'm just a little nauseous, is all. I just had a little bit of a moment. A big moment. But it's over now. Sorry, I ducked out. I'm already feeling much better.
Laver. Oh, ich kann kein Französisch. Aber bitte Hände waschen. Was steht denn auf ihrem, auf ihrem T-Shirt? Irgendwas mit dem Tod, La Mort. Ich habe schon wieder woanders hingeklickt.
I can hardly tell her the truth, can I? Most people don't actually want you to be honest with them. Oh, I apologize, Dr. Giagana. I just vomited up my breakfast. I had it all over my chin. It wasn't a good look. It's hardly my fault. I haven't been handling stress very well lately.
Also ich habe in den YouTube-Kommentaren zum Gameplay gelesen, so, sollst du die Hauptfigur sympathisch vorkommen, ne? Du musst mit der identifizieren. Ich kann mich gerade echt gut mit der identifizieren. Also, wenn man noch nicht die Momente hatte, wo uns einfach nur Scheiße richtig überfordert war. Ich bin gerade ein bisschen unschlüssig, ob ich es mit dem Joypad spielen soll oder mit der Maus. Ich glaube, es ist eher ein Mausspiel, aber ich habe jetzt den Rumble drin. Das ist eigentlich auch ganz nett. So,
I guess it depends on what qualifies as lately, If we could take it to mean anything from yesterday to the day I was born, then I'm not lying. Let's just say that it's even more true now. Anyway, this isn't about me. I'll be out in just a second.
ich mag den Grafikstil.
Do you think they have any idea where they are?
I'm sure this comes as a shock, but it is crucial that you understand the situation. Your mom had a brain aneurysm. Do you know what that means?
Mom. Funny. I could never get myself to call her mom. She's always been Marie to me. As I understand it, it's a weakened artery wall?
Correct. And that artery ruptured, which caused a hemorrhage. It is a serious situation. We need to prepare for whatever happens next, very quickly indeed.
I've watched enough Grey's Anatomy to know that this is not good.
Ich hasse ihren Akzent, aber mein Supertitel kenne aber, dass es ein Mi-Problem ist. Ja gut, also halt, ich bin auch kein Mega-Freund von Englisch mit französischem Akzent. Da ist es halt wieder Indie-Produktion. Ich glaube, ich werde mich dran gewöhnen. Aber der Charakter an sich, den finde ich eigentlich, den finde ich cool. Ich fand auch diese jetzt gerade, wie sie in die Szene gegangen sind, cool, dieses nicht mit der Ärztin sprechen, sondern sich auf die Fische konzentrieren. So typisch Ablenkungsmechanismus. Ja, der Akzent ist schwierig.
We? I don't know anything about medicine. I work in administration. It's mostly paperwork. I am not going to tell her that I'm a failed screenwriter. She would never take me seriously.
Anything related to medical care will be my team's responsibility. But you are her trusted advocate.
I'm
So
sorry,
you should be
her what
aware.
now?
Do you not remember? This is the reason we called you. We have your name and your number, which means that you signed the release.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
And since she's not able to express her will, it falls to you to speak on her behalf.
Okay.
But I presume you discussed that when you went through the process. So you must know that there are a number of options to consider.
Ich liebe tatsächlich, also ich finde die Grafik richtig schick. Also ja, du könnt jetzt sagen, ja, es fehlen halt Gesichtsanimationen und so, wiederum Indie-Game, ne? Aber ich finde die Optik echt hübsch.
I don't believe it! She put my name on the form without asking me. She must have forged my signature. It's hardly a surprise. She's always done that kind of stuff. But I'm not making any important decisions. I've had my share of this kind of responsibility, and it didn't turn out well. However, my dear mother doesn't seem to understand. After all we've been through, what makes her think that I can make the right decision? Pitting us against one another at a time like this, that's exactly what my mother would do.
Klingt nach einer entspannten Jugend.
Like a fish in a bar. Come to think of it, I would love that. A 30-second memory, and not a care in the world. Fear me, sharks, for I am the terror of the oceans. That reminds me of the nickname I got during swim class in middle school. Sea hag. Haters, all of them.
I'm sorry, Miss Fortin.
Demange. I went back to my maiden name.
Klar, sie ist also geschieden.
That wasn't in your file. Listen, I understand that this is all very sudden, but we don't have a lot of time. We need to focus.
We do indeed.
Tatsächlich, ich werde mich an das Voice Acting gewöhnen müssen. Da ich selber schon schlechter Voice Actor in Videospielen war und sich Leute an meine Stimme wahrscheinlich gewöhnen mussten, versuche ich hier die gleiche Fairness anzuwenden.
I'm sorry, it's just the...
It's okay. I understand. It's not an easy situation. Our major concern right now is the hemorrhage is spreading. There's the risk of a cerebral vasospasm. That is a complication which could severely affect her brain.
Is she going to die?
We're doing our best to make sure that doesn't happen. But there could be long-term consequences. This sort of event severely impacts the body.
Ja, Französisch und die T-Shirt übersetzen.
I need to know if you and your mother will be able to deal with that sort of complication.
I'm not ready for this. Holy... fucking shit.
Wird doch wahrscheinlich geflucht.
No, it can't be. What do you mean?
To be completely frank, if we're able to pull your mother through this, there's only a small chance she'll be like she was before.
Small? How small?
Smaller than that. In all probability, she will never be quite the same. Some people would prefer not to keep living under such circumstances. That rather their medical care were geared more around letting go as gracefully as possible. What I need to know is, what would your mother want?
I don't know how to answer that. Last time she told me she wanted something, it was...
Die Sonne ist tot? Okay. Klingt deprimierend. Also jetzt auf dem T-Shirt meinst du, ne? Ah, ist schön, dass sich das hier auch auf dem Dings spiegelt. Hey, ich hab's nicht angeklickt. Oh.
To be in MoMA.
Excuse me?
MoMA? The museum in New York.
Sie ist tot, die Sonne.
Miss Demange. Wait, your mother's that Marie Demange? The artist?
Ah, there it is. Works every time. Once people figure out who Marie is, snap! Their whole demeanor changes. They feel like they know her somehow. Yeah, the Marie Demange. And I'm her assistant, I guess. I handle the business, the management, the press. So she can be fully dedicated to her art, you see? Anyway, the other day, I got a call from Centre Pompidou.
Ist sie nicht die Tochter?
Do a retrospective on her life and work. Can you imagine? The billboards, the crowds, the press, the whole shebang. And I'm like, hell yeah! I hop into my car, I rush over to tell her, I run into the workshop, yelling, and you know what she said? Did you hear from Mama? Ugh. Someone had told her they were considering her Self-Portrait 8, a canvas from her latest series. A whole exhibit in Paris, on the other hand, she didn't care. So, that's my mother. Most of the time, I don't know. I have no idea what she wants.
Okay.
I know what I'm asking isn't easy. I can give you a little time to think.
Like that would change anything.
Ich mag ihre Stimme von der Ärztin, die ist so schön rauchig. Gibt es eine französische Sprachausgabe? Nee, ich glaube tatsächlich nicht. Ich glaube, die Sprachausgabe... Muss ich jetzt mal gucken. Ah, schön. Gucken wir mal. So, das ist nur Untertitel. Ich guck mal, ob ich die... Genau, ich mach mal hier das Gamepad aus, also hier die Rütteldings da. Dann kann ich nämlich das als Adventure spielen. Das ist ein bisschen komfortabler für mich. So, gucken wir mal. Gucken wir mal Deutsch. Super krass, Ultra-Qualität. Alles auf super krass. Nee, schade. Keine französische Sprache.
Yeah, I suppose I need to think about it. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Ist das der Zeitpunkt, einfach abzuhauen?
I know what she'd say. That I'm running away again. What did she expect? That I just show up and what? Decide whether she lives or she dies? I don't even know how I'm supposed to make it to the end of the day, let alone...
Natürlich, Käppe. Was sonst? Wasser. Was steht da auf dem Apparatur? Don't forget oder was? Ja, Elchtest nicht bestanden, leider.
I remember. Diane and I found an injured bird in the backyard. It was tiny. I think it was around the time Marie had set up her new studio in the sunroom. Now that I think of it, that was also my first experience.
Sehr hübsches Spiel.
In fact, I also had a really weird dream that night. Something about that day always seemed off. I never figured out why. And why am I thinking about this now?
Weil du einen Vogel gesehen hast auf deinem Dingsterbumster. Links klickt. So. Okay. Oh.
I think I saw a big shadow moving down the hallway that night. I imagined a monster bird was visiting us. For a long time, I thought it was just a strange dream.
So, springen wir mal vor.
Do you recognize this is the mobile that Marie made me before I was born? It's exquisite and delicate.
Es ist aber auch hübsch.
And you did too. I think I still have it in a box somewhere.
Wer ist Ju? Ist das ihre Schwester? Piepens? Abends Chilpi.
Marie told us she'd take care of the bird, so we went back to playing. I never saw it again. And when I asked what happened, she said it just flew away.
Der Vogel lebt jetzt auf einer Farm.
Back then, she had just started a series on birds, actually. They were all over the house. She considered them a symbol. And I was very impressioned.
Ein Symbol für was?
I love birds as well.
Die Freiheit? Oh, da hätte ich wohl auf Vögel klicken sollen, oder? June und Diane. Oder Diane. Das Mobile. Kann man sonst noch was zum Schatten sagen? Nee, ich glaube nicht. Dann zoomen wir uns mal zurück.
The nest was high up in the tree, but the wind blew it down. The bird was obviously young. It was a big fall. It must have been badly hurt. I didn't realize it at the time.
Okay, der Vogel lebt nicht auf einer Farm.
Yeah, Diane was so proud of packing her own suitcase. Her father came to pick her up that afternoon. She spent the weekend.
Ach, das arme Chilpi.
I was a bit jealous, but also happy to have some time with my mother. Just us.
Hier ist nichts Neues. Vielleicht wissen wir jetzt was Neues zum Schatten. Nee. Sind die Erinnerungen immer in einer Schleife? Weil ich habe ja jetzt rechts für zurück gemacht. So, jetzt sind wir mit dem Vogel im Atelier.
Marie was always quite passionate about birds. So I suggested we keep this one as a pet once it got better. I could already imagine it. A beautiful cage tucked in the corner of the studio. She got so mad. At the time, I didn't understand why she reacted like that. But now,
Vogel mit gebrochenen Flügeln. Also wenn Vögel ein Symbol sind, dann ja wahrscheinlich für die Freiheit, dann ist das ja tatsächlich eher deprimierend. Okay, habe ich was übersehen? Ich meine, jetzt könnte sie ja auf die Idee kommen, dass der Schatten zu ihrer Mutter gehört, oder? Wo ist eigentlich ihre Jun und Diane? Müsste dann nicht ihre Schwester auch? Obwohl, nee, es macht keinen Sinn, weil man hat ja nicht seinen Namen innerhalb der Tür, oder? Nee. Nicht. Irgendwas auf dem Tisch vielleicht? So, was übersehe ich? Guck mich mal in den Szenen ein bisschen genauer um. Das Mobile, was übrigens wirklich hübsch ist, haben wir uns schon angeguckt. So, Mond geht wieder an den Anfang der Erinnerung zurück. Da ist der Baum. Genau, Marie ist ihre Mutter, ja. Ist jetzt schon Französisch? Noch?
now I know for certain someone was in the backyard that night. And since Diane was at her father's, it must have been Marie. What was she doing out there? Maybe...
Die Störung gerade Absicht? Tweet, tweet. So. Wenn wir jetzt was Neues sagen. Oh, okay. Töten? Okay.
Maybe Marie killed the bird.
No.
That's what she was doing out there in the middle of the night, burying it in secret. And it might sound strange, but I also understand why she did it.
Wahrscheinlich, weil er so verletzt war, dass es eh nichts gebracht hätte. Dann wird sie sich hier wohl rausgeschlichen haben. Hopp. Da war noch was.
Marie, she couldn't stand seeing the bird injured. She knew it would never recover. It was too weak. I remember she said, not being able to fly, that's no life for a bird. She thought it would be better off dead. She could have just abandoned it, let things run their course. But I don't think she did. I think it sounds cruel, doesn't it?
Hopp, war ich zu schnell.
But that's just Marie. That's her outlook on life. She's all...
Ja, zu schnell geklickt. So, und einmal Retour.
What I need to know is, what would your mother want?
I'm not ducking out. Not this time. After all, isn't this what Marie wanted? I think... My legs are shaking. Maybe I'm having another turn. I think I need a sugary drink.
Sugary drink.
Do you need anything?
Well, I need more coffee. But if I drink another one, my stomach's going to declare war on the rest of me.
Dann ein
just
sugary
can't
drink,
speak
bitte.
on my mom's behalf. One thing's for sure, she's a radical. She's all or nothing, all the time.
I understand. It's hard to contemplate the idea of living with a disability.
It's not that, not at all. If we were talking about me or someone else, I would say it's gonna be fine. You adapt. People do it all the time. They have to. Life's too important. I would say that. She wouldn't. I'm not sure that answers your question.
Das beantwortet die Frage bereits.
Comes across as rather forthright.
Forthright.
Don't say.
I've seen her on TV a couple of times. My father loves her. She's an extraordinary artist. In her interviews, she's so impressive, fierce even. It must be quite something to be the daughter of someone so talented.
I've heard this one before. That's a polite way to say it can't be easy to have a nutcase for a mother.
Ja. Was würde man sagen? Man gewöhnt sich dran.
You get used to it. Doctor, do we know why? Why this happened? We were just having dinner last night. She was fine.
There could be a lot of factors. Family history, hypertension, alcohol consumption,
I did have a pretty severe hangover this morning.
even past trauma, like a historic head injury. It's hard to say right now.
Ah,
All right, Miss Demange, I'll give you time to think. Let's speak again in about 2 hours, if that works for you.
sounds good.
Oh, Mom ist fishy.
See her?
Yes, of course. Let me find out her room number.
I know what I have to do, what I should do. It wasn't that long ago that I could write this kind of scene without breaking a sweat. I step into the room, there'll be tubes everywhere, beeping sounds. The audience will know that it's serious. Then I start bawling my eyes out. I collapse.
Ne, wenn ich jetzt hier draufklicke, ist der Satz halt weg. Ich glaube, das ist es.
Dignified, stony-faced, standing quietly in the corner. Close up on my face. They'll see I'm suffering. Deep inside, a single tear rolls down my cheek. That's exactly how it will happen. Or what should happen.
Ich weiß halt nicht, ob der Text irgendwann weg ist, wenn ich nichts klicke. Das ist problematisch, dass du da rein musst. Okay.
I really must. She probably needs me. I don't know why, but I can't open that door.
Nicht wieder abhauen. Who this?
It's always stressful to share an elevator with a stranger. Still, it could be worse.
Jetzt einfach nur eine Minute warten müssen.
I could have to share it with my
Ach so.
sister.
Oh. Da, das ist die Schwester.
Okay, I'm kidding. We love each other. Love giving each other a hard time. Okay, I love giving her a hard time. For instance. Hey, Didi-Doo.
Ha.
Nothing?
I have no.
Ah,
My blood sugar's low, okay? Come with me to the cafeteria.
das sind die Schuhe. Gut aufgepasst.
But if you utter that stupid nickname one more time, I'll strangle you.
There it is. She had me worried for a sec.
This food looks nasty.
Das ist eine interessante Cafeteria.
Jan loves being in charge. She wasn't always like that. It started when she was a teenager. Some people get acne. She got authority.
So, how's work?
You know, scheduling, phone calls.
Klingt wie ein Drill Instructor.
It's mind-numbing. There's no time to think. That's why I love it so much.
How's your script coming along?
Oh, I never should have told her about it. I guess I had a moment of weakness. I thought she would worry less about me if she knew I was working on something creative. But why did I even think she was worrying about it in the first place? She doesn't seem worried now. Better change the subject.
Die große amerikanische Novelle.
And how are you?
Well, since you ask,
So easy.
I was doing good until yesterday. One of my idiot patients up and groped my ass.
She's a physical therapist, working with professional athletes. She spends her days massaging pretty boys with 2 brain cells and 0 self-control. She's the best in her field, I've heard. All the major soccer clubs are fighting over
Eine Kircheteria.
probably because she has her own story.
Wow.
She almost became a tennis pro at 17 years old. She was really strong. And then there was some kerfuffle. I don't know what happened, but the league didn't have her
Kerfuffle?
back, so she just gave it all up.
Pasta.
Never seen her so angry. Though today's a close second. I wonder what happened to that guy who was stupid enough to grope her.
Wahrscheinlich hat er sich ein paar gefangen.
What happened?
I handled it with poise, aplomb, and composure. Anyway, he has a broken hand. Good thing he
Okay.
plays soccer, not volleyball.
The worst part is, she's not joking.
In other news, this place is so stressful. Everyone's way too nice.
Arbeitet sie im Krankenhaus?
So, Jan?
I know. They should
Oder hat sie wahrscheinlich hat sie eine eigene Praxis.
So, how is she?
I haven't been to see her yet.
What are you waiting for? A singing telegram? Sorry, that was uncalled for. This whole situation, it's just a lot.
Wie ist sie drauf? Ich kann gerade ihre
Something else?
Stimmfarbe nicht ganz deuten.
Else bothering you?
No, nothing else.
Wanna bet that there's something else?
Well, I guess, I did meet with the doctor this morning. She told me about your deal. Between Mom and you. And
Na gut, wir haben uns das nicht ausgesucht.
I was shocked. Were you going to tell me at some point?
Nee, aber sie wusste es nicht.
See? I knew that this whole trusted advocate thing would never fly. The only question is, will she believe me when I tell her I didn't know? Given the state she's in, I wouldn't bet on it. Look, I'm sure you're upset.
Of course I'm upset. We just found out that Mom might die. Does that mean nothing to you?
It does. Of course it does. But it's okay. I'm handling it. You know, I'm perfectly capable of making this decision. Just leave it to me this time.
What's going on, June?
I'm
Verrät sie es
Something's
oder nicht?
wrong.
Could be the grapefruit. I read somewhere that it's really toxic. And,
No, it's not the grapefruit. I don't recognize you. You're different.
Ooh, she wants to talk. Seriously.
Na dann, seriously.
That's just her way to cope with stress. She needs to dissect things to understand them. And she needs to understand things in order to control them. So, what's the play? Idiot or goldfish?
Goldfisch ist wahrscheinlich, sie hat's vergessen. Und Idiot ist, dass sie geplayt wurde von ihrer Mom.
It's worth a try. Jan is defenseless against my fine brand of humor. Ah, damn, you noticed. It's just a little filler here and there. Just brightens up the whole face, you know?
You can only dodge so many serious conversations with your stupid jokes.
I guess I can't get out of this one.
You're acting like some kind of robot. You're all closed off. And you clearly aren't considering how I feel about all this.
Ja gut, tatsächlich, wenn man gerade emotional überfordert ist, haben auch nicht noch Gefühle von anderen Menschen Platz. Das kann man schon verstehen.
What's the game here? Where's the Jen I know? She's got some nerve lecturing me as though nothing happened. I'm not gonna lie, she's not entirely wrong. I haven't exactly been brimming over with empathy recently. It's not my fault, you know, it just makes it easier to get through the day. For me, at least. I'm not sure how anyone else manages. Okay, maybe I am a little bit distant, but have you thought about my situation?
See? That's exactly the problem. And, okay, this is going to make me sound like a huge asshole yet again, but I'm used to that. I've been meaning to talk to you about this, so why not do it now?
Okay, bin gespannt.
Mom, and you can see how hard this is on me. And yet, here we are, yet again, talking about you. What happened to you was awful. It really was. Absolutely horrible. But that was 5 years ago.
Was ist vor 5 Jahren passiert?
It can't be 5 years. It can be 5 years.
5 Jahre gehen verdammt schnell vorbei.
It can't be 5 years.
Oh ja, es kann schon 5 Jahre her sein. Aber locker.
It was only yesterday. Why
Nope.
the hell is she bringing this up anyway? Where are you going with this?
I don't really know. I guess I'm a little worried about you. I don't understand what goes on in your head, and that scares me. Why are you like this?
Really? She's worried about me?
Ja. Also, augenscheinlich ist für manche Sachen der Moment dann einfach vorbei, wenn man zu lange überlegt.
You had to go there, didn't you? You really, you can't help yourself. Whenever you can't control something, you just hate it, don't you? And so, pow, you attack.
You're wrong, June. I'm just trying to help. You can't really tell me that everything's fine, can you?
Do you think that throwing my little problems back in my face is going to help? Oh, wonderful, wow. Oh, it's a miracle, I'm cured. Thanks for the therapy session, but I really have to go. Obviously, you can handle everything just fine on your own, so go ahead and take care of Marie.
Wait, June! Don't leave, please! I'm sorry. I really need you. I really am a dumbass.
She really is a dumbass. Should I be honest? Do I have to?
Ja,
I just grabbed the first opportunity to put up a stink so I could get the hell out of there. Of course I'm weird. And I can see how that might freak her out.
so, aber jetzt aufpassen, ne?
She wasn't telling me that because she cares. That was her lashing out to hurt me.
Was haben wir da? Sie sollte die Zeit in ein Fahrsicherheitstraining investieren.
It's weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why. For instance, one day I visited a fishery. This was a year or two ago. I was writing the script for a promotional documentary about lobsters, a freelance gig for the Agricultural Chamber of Brittany. Truly the crowning moment of my career.
Aber holla.
For real, I loved writing it. It felt good, going outside, meeting people. And lobsters are fascinating animals. Shall I tell you what I remember?
Lass dich nicht aufhalten. Jetzt haben wir leider den Pasta-Pastor nicht kennengelernt.
Everyone loves lobsters. Their exquisite and delicate flesh is prized by the finest gourmets. With a little garlic butter, lemon, or mayonnaise, they're delicious. They're on every great chef's menu. Lobsters are a symbol of wealth and luxury.
Sind nicht schlecht, aber willst jetzt auch niemanden dafür töten. Na komm, ein roter Lobster. Da hat man ihnen die Scheren zusammengebunden.
Lobsters are a mystery to science because they don't age. Their cells
das so?
replace themselves perfectly, which allows them to never stop growing throughout their lives.
Ist das wirklich so? Das ist ja interessant. Ich wusste gar nicht, dass Lobster so interessante Viecher sind. Was haben wir denn da? Moment. Ja.
Lobsters have a chitinous exoskeleton, a durable and tensile material that protects them fully. This natural barrier is so strong that lobsters have no natural predators. In short, no one can mess with lobsters.
Wollte gerade schon sagen. Dafür sieht das aber ein bisschen arm aus, was aus ihm geworden ist.
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000 eggs in their lifetime. They keep each clutch underneath their tails for several months. And when the eggs finally hatch, out come a profusion of larvae just a few millimeters long. Can you imagine? Over 100,000 tiny little Astrids.
Ist das ihre Tochter, Astrid? Oder Asterix? Kleiner French-Joke.
That was the official line, the one I got paid to write. But I dug deeper. You can call me a lot of things, but I'm nothing if not
Oh mein Gott, sie hat Skandal aufgedeckt.
that the Agricultural Council wouldn't have approved of. Ugly truths we'd rather hide.
Ich stelle mir gerade vor, wie nur dieses Segment in den Trailer kommt und man so den Eindruck kriegt, dass es in dem Spiel darum geht, um die Geheimnisse des Lobster-Verbands.
Everyone loves, and to cook them, you have to kill them. There are two ways,
Oh, jetzt habe ich wieder...
or modern.
Jetzt habe ich den Text über...
The modern way is to stick a sharp knife into their head.
Versprungen.
But since their nervous system is distributed through ganglia that run down their back, destroying the brain doesn't kill them. Not immediately. They'll spend a long time in agony. Lobsters don't want to die. But the people who love them don't care about that.
Das ist deprimierend.
Lobsters don't age, but after a while their shells do. And if they can't make a new one, their current shell will wear out. It will split. Bacteria, fungi, and other diseases might seep in through these cracks, and then the lobster will rot from the inside.
Schnüff?
Lobsters have a chitinous exoskeleton, but sometimes they feel trapped in it.
Ach, das Hedgehog-Dilemma.
They
Stachelschwein-Dilemma.
behind and expose themselves. Until their skin hardens again, the world is full of predators. Carnivorous fish, other arthropods, and humans, of course. Because when they've just molted, when they're soft, lobsters are their tenderest and their tastiest.
natürlich, wenn die Menschen ihre Schale zurücklassen, dann sind sie am verwundbarsten. Ja, manchmal verrottet man sonst auch in seiner Schale. Das ist keine schwere zu lesende Symbolik, ja.
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000 eggs in their lifetime, but few will reach adulthood. The larvae will be gobbled up by passing wildlife. The young ones will be poisoned by water pollution. Their livers filled with heavy metals and microplastics.
Heavy
And those
metal.
who grow big enough will be plucked out of the sea by humans to end up on a fishmonger's stall. All this to say, being fake? Writing pretty lies? That doesn't bother me.
Nein, das ist sein Job,
My
also.
clerical
Ne?
work for Marie and those PR gigs. I learned to tune it out. No one wants to know what's in my head, but maybe you do? Everyone loves lobsters, and that love is what's killing them. If no one loved them, we'd let lobsters live happily at the cold bottom of the ocean. Lobsters don't need to be loved. Me neither.
Schnürf? Das klingt gerade ein bisschen nach einem What Remains of Edith Finch Szenario. Das ist irgendwie vielleicht ihrer ungeborenen Tochter erzählt oder als Baby oder sowas.
Lobsters don't age. In fact, they could never die at all. If they just stayed in their holes, they'd never get sick. They'd never get harvested or trapped. Unfortunately, lobsters grow. Maybe that's the big difference between them.
Sie müssen Beute fangen. Ein bisschen was von Forrest Gump. Ja, so ein bisschen. Aber waren es da nicht Shrimps?
Lobsters have a chitinous exoskeleton that limits their growth. As soon as they shed it, they're in danger. Their enemies notice their weakness. They can smell it, like sharks smell blood. If they can reach a weakened lobster, they'll devour it. They'll tear it apart and feast on its flesh.
Drama.
Want to be eaten.
Gerade komme ich mir so ein bisschen vor wie... Ja, ich habe die Metapher jetzt verstanden. Das ist ein schönes Bild, aber ich habe die Metapher jetzt verstanden.
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000 eggs in their lifetime, and they'll never watch them grow up. You might think that the sea is salty from all the tears shed by lobster mothers, but they don't cry. What good would all that sorrow do? You know, Astrid, memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why, until you realize it's trying to teach you something crucial. That day, I learned that I needed to be stronger,
Der Hummer.
to never molt, to never get eaten, to just hide in my hole, to never cry. That's the only way that I could keep on living after you died, my little fawn. I don't want anything.
Ah, ihre Tochter ist gestorben.
Anything? I feel nothing.
Why are you like this?
She's right. I have been weird lately. Honestly, I'm glad she noticed. You're right.
Hätte man jetzt die ganze Sequenz überspringen können, wenn ich rechtzeitig geklickt hätte?
Oh, you're totally a dumbass. You can't just bring up Astrid's death out of the blue and throw it in my face. But you are right. With her gone, something inside me is broken. I just don't feel anything. Everything just slides off me. I'm I'm Teflon. Sealed off. Like a damn lobster.
A lobster?
And you're right. It's been 5 years already.
Ach so, dass man es gar nicht rechtzeitig treffen kann. Ah,
Reconnect with my life.
I understand. I mean, I know I can't understand, but I think I
guter
get it.
Trick.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't think so. Well, you can keep on beating up idiots, but that's more of a public service than for me specifically.
Cute.
I will. You know, I admire you.
Sure you do.
You've always been the sensitive one.
That's classic Marie right there. I'm sensitive. By which he means weak. Not strong enough for the world. Obviously, I pale in comparison to the formidable Diane.
Sei doch mal nicht gleich so.
Yep, that's me. So fragile.
That's not what I mean. Mom raised us to bite before we get bitten. That was the only way out she could see. And I guess I took her literally. But you weren't like that. You knew how to listen. You got people. You were less scared of them. I always loved that about you.
That's new. What the hell do I say to that? That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah, right. Knock it off. I don't know why it's so difficult for us to just talk. Maybe this is why Mom chose you.
And we're back. Are you bitter right now?
Ach ja, schon Teile.
Certainly not.
Certainly.
Teile und Herrsche.
You are bitter. You're pouting. Look at your fucking
Enough.
face.
Okay. Stop it. This isn't the time. I just don't get it.
What is there to get? You know Marie? She's unpredictable.
Wait, you mean you didn't know?
Well, you should see what my signature looks like on the form.
She's the worst. Why would she do that?
I have no idea. I guess
Persönliche Herausforderung.
since I handled the rest of her paperwork. Unless she thought I was a perfect fit since I'm a Libra with Pisces rising or whatever.
All right, but still, it's a big responsibility. And it's a bit weird to ask you, of all people, to make that decision.
Oh, wertschätzend.
What am I supposed to do? Scream in the middle of the hospital cafeteria? That's not my style. Although, the way this day is going, it might become my style.
You can be pretty clumsy. You can't cook a meal without setting the house on fire.
Et voilà! I'm never going to live that down, am I?
Depends. Have you figured out a safe way to brown-baked Alaska yet?
Whatever. This isn't the time to rehash all that.
Really?
Vor allem, wenn es brennt, wenn man es wieder aufwärmt.
So important. Why would she trust you over me?
All right, I've had enough.
Ah, man kann es tatsächlich nicht klicken. Soll ja auch nicht eigenhändig die Maschinen bedienen. Eben. Das ist halt einfach nur eine Entscheidung.
You know what? You're right. Only an idiot would trust me.
Ah, come on.
Yeah, here it comes.
Doch.
You're the reliable one, aren't you? The one people can always count on.
Das hat sich jetzt komplett selbst zuzuschreiben.
Ugh, I'm out of here. I'd probably just trip over her ventilator or something. Wouldn't want that to happen now, would we?
You're being ridiculous, Junon. Please, sit down. I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh, you didn't? Well, you got that wrong.
Da war jetzt aber ganz schön drauf rumgeritten.
Well, that was embarrassing, wasn't it? I just can't help it.
Erinnert sie sich nicht an die Unfälle? Also es ist tatsächlich so, dass wir halt wirklich in der Vergangenheit wieder einsetzen, weil sie steigt ganz schön bereitwillig wieder in dieses Auto und macht immer den gleichen Fehler. Ich glaube tatsächlich, dass ihre Erinnerung auch dann erst wieder einsetzt.
So Mom wrote my name instead of hers on a worthless paper. What does it matter? Dan and I are stuck in this stupid competition. I hate it. I feel I can't escape it.
Ich möchte übrigens nochmal betonen, das ist nicht das, was ich in der Fahrschule gelernt habe. Nicht schon wieder Meeresfrüchte. Ein Vibrator, der ist sicherlich wichtig. Oder Nicklicht. Nick Ritter.
Of course I'd remember that day.
Tatsächlich, was ich gelernt habe, Lenkrad festhalten, bremsen und einfach geradeaus weiterfahren.
Met Jan's girlfriend. The day we danced a little, ate a little, and drank too much. But most of all, the day everyone went home early because I set the kitchen on fire while making dessert. There's plenty about that night.
Passiert?
I wasn't expecting Marie to have a present for me, and yet she remembered. I'll be honest, I was super happy. But as usual with Marie, things couldn't just be nice. I hope you like it because it costs me a fortune. That's what she said when she handed me the bottle. I hate whiskey. I hated it then, I hate it now. She could afford it too. She wasn't world famous yet, but her career was taking off, and with that, her taste became more and more luxurious. Me? Oh, I was light years away from all of that. That's how it works with Marie. Even when she does something for Jan and I, in the end, it's always about her.
Moment, ich gebe mal eben kurz deine Nachricht frei. So, auszuweichen. Ja, das ist halt so ein Ding. Natürlich muss man gucken, wenn der hier 3 Millionen Jahre weit weg ist, ne? Klar. Aber halt so, ich weiß es auch nicht. Was ich halt gelernt habe, ist halt wirklich Augen zu und durch. Ich sage ja nur, dass ich es gelernt habe, nicht, dass ich es wirklich tun würde.
It was the first time Jan introduced us to her girlfriend. Her very first girlfriend. She didn't make a big deal of it. She didn't even tell me that she would have a guest. But I knew it was important to her.
Ach, jetzt weiß ich, warum er dich...
I know myself
Gleich.
reacted appropriately.
Nein, er hat das gesperrt wegen Jap. Weil das ist ja ein Schimpfwort für Japaner. Japse praktisch im Englischen. Deswegen, das hat er gemerkt. Also ich nenne es jetzt habe ich es gesagt, verdammt. Aber ja, ich kann es nicht mehr entsagen. Jetzt muss ich dazu stehen. Ich versuche es in Zukunft zu vermeiden. Es war wirklich, ja. Es war wirklich das Jap. Es ist halt ein englischer Filter.
I was furious. It's stupid.
Ach so, streng, nicht strange, ja.
I wanted to enjoy my party. And she showed up with something important to share. All of a sudden, my 25th birthday seemed trite, unimportant. In fact, from the moment Diane and her girlfriend arrived, I no longer mattered to Marie. She rushed over to hug them both. I don't think I'd ever seen my mother so excited. Then she congratulated Diane for her rejection of patriarchal mandate.
Das kann ich mir so richtig vorstellen.
But I could see she was upset. Her intimacy had just been reduced to activism, somehow. Her girlfriend was called Sasha. She was nice, intuitive, smart.
Wer ist denn jemand, der intuitiv ist? Ja, also halt tatsächlich. Ja, also wäre es jetzt ein deutscher Filter, hätte ich jetzt auch, ein deutscher Service hätte ich jetzt auch was anderes gedacht. Aber es ist tatsächlich einfach das gewesen.
I was quite reluctant to organize this party. It was the last birthday I would celebrate at Marie's. Your dad and I were about to move in together. So I wanted to make it special, to impress my mother, earn her respect, maybe even her admiration. But that would only happen if everything were perfect.
Gute Frau versucht dich davon zu lösen, deine Mutter beeindrucken zu wollen.
The fire made it a complete failure. But to be honest, she'd have found some problem anyway.
Ja. Ich mag tatsächlich diese Schwenks über diese Bildelemente. Es hat so ein bisschen was von, was auch To the Moon macht, also so mit diesen Assoziationen zu arbeiten. Da sammelt man ja immer so Mementos ein und es gibt irgendein Schlüssel-Memento, das in eine andere Szene überleitet. Also praktisch, dass es halt in der Jetztzeit gibt und halt in der Zeit gibt, in der man dann praktisch in den Erinnerungen springt oder in der Szene springt. Das ist tatsächlich relativ nah daran, wie Erinnerungen halt so funktionieren über solche Assoziationen. Also zumindest in meinem Kopf. Ich weiß nicht, wie das bei euch ist.
Jan always loved being the center of attention. But when she showed up with her hair cut short and dyed green, I almost didn't recognize her. 19 years strong on this earth, and she couldn't care less about people's opinions. She was amazing to me. But I wonder if she was, at least unconsciously, trying to please Marie. It worked, by the way. Marie always had a soft spot for the rebels. And contempt for the rest. I'll let you guess which category.
Ich wollte gerade sagen. Sie als die Angepasste.
I was so stressed out that night that I started drinking early. Marie loves to drink, so does Jan, and her girlfriend Sasha followed along. Long story short, we got drunk fast. All four of us. We had booze, we had cigarettes, plus the other stuff.
Habt ihr euch mit Gras abgeschossen und seid friedlich eingeschlafen?
I don't have to tell you everything. And after a while,
Was?
Jan was completely out. She could barely stand.
Und dann hast du noch versucht, die Torte zu flambieren. Bist du irre? Das sollte man mit 19 besser wissen. Oder war sie schon... Nee, sie war schon älter. Ihre Schwester war 19, ne?
When dinner started, Marie turned on the charm. She laughed loudly, talked a lot, asked all kinds of questions. She has the most unbelievable charisma when she's trying to please someone, you know? And that night, she really was trying. I thought it was odd. She certainly wasn't doing it for me, or for Jan. And then I noticed the way she was looking at Sasha. I saw the glimmer in her eyes. The same as when she talks about Japanese whiskey. And I got worried.
Ja, versucht der Tochter die Freundin auszuspannen. Nein, macht man nicht. Also war es tatsächlich Brandstiftung? Also hat sie den Brand gelegt? So, wir haben den Whisky. Aber mit Whisky flambiert man hoffentlich keine Torte. Ich käme tatsächlich nicht auf die Idee, eine Torte zum Flambieren. Hab ich schon mal was flambiert? Außer Brüllcreme?
I'd got these nice candles to decorate the table with. Obviously, I burned myself when lighting them. To no one's surprise, that was typical me. Scavus, they called me. It means clumsy in Latin. Marie coined that one. I didn't mind. Quite the contrary. In any family, everyone plays a role. You just need to find the one that suits you. And I like being the bumbling, fumbling one. That way, at least, the pressure was off.
Hallo Reddit, meine Mutter hat versucht, meiner Schwester die Freundin auszuspannen. Also habe ich hier aus abgefackelt. Am I the asshole? Ich glaube, es ist eindeutig ein Was ist das ASA? Alles Arschlöcher? Auf Englisch ist es ESA. Everyone is an asshole here. Um nochmal zu. Ich liebe übrigens, also ja, ich bin auch tatsächlich, es ist ein Reddit, ein Subreddit, dem ich folge, sowohl auf Englisch als auch auf Deutsch. Ich liebe immer die Kategorie, die schon damit anfängt. Ich habe mich über meine Frau, Schrägstrich meine Freundin, lustig gemacht, weil sie das und das gemacht hat. Am I the asshole? Und ich weiß, das braucht man gar nicht zu Ende zu gucken. Weil ob es darum geht, ja, sie hat Harry Potter Fanfiction geschrieben, also habe ich mich über sie lustig gemacht. What? Mal ganz ehrlich, in welcher Welt ist es, ja, man kann das doof finden, aber man kann halt auch einfach sagen, na, interessiere ich mich nicht so für, ne? So, jetzt aber back to the game. Als sich wirklich über was einem Partner wichtig ist, lustig zu machen. Das ist schon ziemlich hardcore. Das ist eigentlich fast immer Arschlochverhalten. So, das sind die Schwestern.
So, yes. Jan and I were trapped in this ridiculous rivalry. The choir girl versus the rebel. The meek versus the indomitable. I'm never taken seriously. She's not allowed to show any sign of weakness, and we hold it against each other. But as soon as we lower our guard, we are saddled with the obvious. Marie forgot Jan's birthday once. Jan didn't say anything. She was convinced there'd be a surprise for her after dinner. But then it was time to go to bed, and she broke down, crying.
Oh.
I did everything I could to comfort her.
Sind wir emotional ein bisschen manipulativ? Achso, ich dachte, Moment, hat ihre Mutter das gemacht? Nein, ihre Mutter hat es vergessen. Nee, so rum, ja. Okay, dann ist das verständlich. Dann ist das verständlich.
It never happened again, by the way. Afterwards, she became hardened, withdrawn. Just like Marie. But that night, we could still hug. So I played some music on the living room stereo and I invited her to dance. And since then, for each of our birthdays, she and I always end up dancing. It's become more intense as we grew in Marie's shadow. We care about each other more than anyone else.
Okay, wir hassen uns zwar, aber wir hassen den Rest der Welt noch viel mehr. Irgendwas verpasst? Nee. Was?
Alex called several times that night. He wanted to know how things were going. He had a hunch things would be tense, and he wanted to be my emotional hotline. I didn't answer. I wanted to fend for myself. It's why I didn't invite him in the first place. I'll admit, sometimes his support was stifling.
Okay, da haben wir den Whisky. Da macht sie das Feuerchen an. Ist übrigens schön viel Platz in dieser Wohnung. Ein bisschen wenig Einrichtung. Aber der Platz passt. So interessant, dass das Licht, ich glaube, es soll, ja, es ist so gedacht. Es könnte cozy sein, aber es sieht auch ein bisschen höllisch aus. So, und schauen wir mal, was sich uns jetzt noch offenbart.
The flames went up very high, very quickly. Everyone ran into the kitchen. Marie, Diane, and Sasha. She didn't say anything. I just saw her wiping her lips as she came into the kitchen. And
Ooh.
she looked at me funny. I said it was an accident. I was trying to brown the baked Alaska, but it got out of hand. No one questioned my version of events. The whole thing was just classic me. Alex wasn't there to defend me. And I just sucked it up. I never saw Sasha after that day.
Also sie wollte einfach alles anzünden. I get the feeling. Obwohl ich tatsächlich noch nicht auf die Idee gekommen bin. Da ist die Torte. Echt, man flambiert die? Sieht so ein bisschen aus wie so eine Stracciatella Dings da. Eistorte. Ich weiß nicht, wenn ich das letzte Mal außer Creme Brûlée was frittiertes. Ja, frittiertes habe ich schon häufiger gegessen, aber was flambiertes gegessen habe. French Cuisine. Le smell d'amour.
Maybe I was just drunk. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was paranoid. But when Marie invited Sasha to her studio to see the paintings and more, ooh, that raised a flag. She was she was trying to seduce her. And maybe she could have. I tried to warn Diane, told her to watch out. She was too far gone. She just looked at me. She had this blissed out smile. She could barely keep her eyes open.
Eindeutig zu viel Gras.
I couldn't face Marie head on. I wasn't strong enough, so I improvised.
Das ist halt tatsächlich ziemlich Hardcore-Variante, die Situation zu unterbrechen. Also ja, es ist nicht, also ich habe genug True Crime Podcasts gehört, um zu hören, dass das manchen Leuten einfällt.
No one noticed the bottle of Japanese whiskey was completely empty. Alcohol burns nicely on the stove.
Sie hat es auch noch mit dem Whisky, den sie hasste, abgefackelt. Nice.
Even that drunk.
Nice.
I was mostly hungry.
Der arme Whisky.
At myself.
Es gibt sehr leckeren japanischen Whisky.
My inability to confront her face to face. Maybe nothing happened after all. Maybe Marie didn't try anything. I'll never know. But I was scared enough for Diane's relationship that I set the kitchen on fire.
Ich hoffe, sie waren gut versichert. So, gucken wir mal. Jetzt sind wir doch wieder in der Szene. Haben wir etwas übersehen?
I never told Diane what happened. She still thinks I'm a bumbling idiot. I can't tell her the truth, and she wouldn't want to hear it anyway. But what I did that night, I did out of love. Marie always said that you can't trust anyone in life.
Ich finde, das ist eine typische Geschichte, die man sich Jahrzehnte später besoffen erzählt.
Why would she trust you over me?
Was haben wir denn jetzt eigentlich gerade angeklickt? War es ein Licht? War es ein Feuerzeug? War es ein Satisfier? Keine Ahnung.
And here we go again, trying to see who can spit the furthest. But you know what? I'm not playing this game. She needs her sister today, not a fight. You know, I get it.
Get what?
Why you think of me this way. The chump who keeps screwing things up.
I never...
I understand because that's my little routine, you know?
Jetzt aber zu meiner Beziehung retten, weil du aber die Küche abgefackelt hast. Nee, also es ist tatsächlich eher so... Weißt du noch, als die Küche gebrannt hat? Willst du wissen, was damals wirklich passiert ist? Also ich glaube, so würde ich die Sache einleiten. So im Sinne von so ein bisschen neugierig machen, so ein bisschen heiß machen, so. Wie, ich dachte, du hast die Torte flambiert und so. Na, vielleicht sollte ich es dir gar nicht erzählen. Ne? Also halt, ist alles olle Kamellen. Aber wenn du neugierig bist, ne?
What's wrong with me? I'm not about to tell her all my dirty secrets. That wouldn't be like me at all. Although I guess this is a pretty good day for confessions. It's not easy existing between Marie and you. Between the overbearing artist and her gifted little go-getter. So I figured if I played the klutzy ditz, I wouldn't need to compete with either of you.
If I'm so gifted, why the hell did I choose this grapefruit? This thing's disgusting.
That's my dee-dee-doo. Open your heart a tiny bit and she gets all uncomfortable. I told you it's toxic! Understand this. We both know things can be tense between us. It would be easier if I could act like this is all her fault. Jan's competitive spirit is unmatched. She has to be the first in everything. You can make her a little stupid sometimes. Oh, just like when she was training for tennis, or when we did hamster races.
Ich möchte mehr über diesen Hamster erfahren.
Yeah, exactly. Racing hamsters. Pretty cool, huh? We had these hamsters for a while. We won them at the village fair. Marie hated them, but we were allowed to keep them as long as they were out of her sight. And Jan...
Es gab ein Achievement, okay.
Hers was really slow. It lost every race. It was an embarrassment. She had this whole training regimen, but it wasn't enough.
Boah, so Leute nerven mich ja, die aus einem Wettbewerb machen müssen.
And one day, her hamster was hyped to the max. Absolutely smoked my...
Das ist so ein Muskelhamster.
He died.
Er ist an dem Druck
It
gestorben.
wasn't hard to get the truth out of her. She'd
Oh.
fed him coffee drops. She was kind of sad, but not really. At least he went out on a win, she said.
Are you winning, son? Hamster?
But that's not true. I just pretended that I didn't care. Truthfully, I also wanted to be the best. At the very least, I wanted to best her. As if we were always competing with each other, and it was exhausting. Some days it was hard. But whatever happened...
Ich hasse die ganze Familie. Dabei haben sie nicht alle so einen französischen Akzent.
I don't need anyone's protection.
Yeah, it sounds weird when I say it out loud.
Oder?
You're the strongest person I know.
And you're built like a sea cucumber.
Look, all I'm saying is... I was always on your side when it mattered.
Also sie spricht, als ob jemand auf ihrem Fuß steht die ganze Zeit.
Now?
Not just her. Yeah, I'm totally talking about Marie. I'm
Also-
talking about the fact that you're my sister, and that's special to me. And I know it's the same to you. Listen,
Also-
Jan,
Ich lasse erst mal
no
ausreden.
idea how things are going to play out with Marie. And it's true, I have been feeling out of it for a little while now. But I do know one thing. That's going to help us.
What do you mean?
I mean that being a psychopathic robot has its perks. Cool heads prevail. And I think this is going to help us make the right choice. The best choice for Marie, sure. But for you and me, too.
Maybe.
Why are you looking at me like that?
It's just... I'm not used to seeing you like this. You sound confident. It suits you. All right, so what do we do?
I have no idea. But I'm not going to tell her that right now. I
Würfeln.
need to find a different tack.
Also, um auf die Familie zurückzukommen. Ja, die Familie ist scheiße. Aber ich verstehe sie. Und ich habe das Gefühl, ich habe Familien wie diese kennengelernt. Deswegen ist da so eine gewisse Sympathie da. Also halt, ich meine, ich habe keine Geschwister, aber halt so, ich sag mal so, im erweiterten Freundeskreis, immer ein bisschen hier nimmt, ein bisschen da nimmt, ein bisschen hier, ein bisschen da. Ne? Also nicht eine bestimmte Familie, aber man kann so ein bisschen Titbits zusammensetzen aus den Leuten, die ich so kenne, die Familien, die da dran kommen. Man könnte diese Familie zusammensetzen. Ein bisschen.
You know your mother. She's stubborn, a real trooper. So, I think we will have to wait and see.
I can't. No, I just can't. I'm not going to sit here twiddling my thumbs.
We don't have a choice, Jen.
Of course we do. We need to stay on top of the doctors. They need to do their absolute best. Come to think of it, we're not keeping her in this hole. I'll call my dad. I'll bet he'll have a buddy in a private clinic somewhere. We're not leaving anything to chance. Why aren't you saying anything? You're with me, right? We need to fight, don't we?
I don't know, Jen.
What do you mean, I don't know, Diane? If we were in her place, you know very well what she'd be doing. She'd do everything in her power to make sure we pulled through. We owe her that as well. Don't we?
Ich weiß nicht.
I can't take any more illusions of control.
Ja. Ah, da war das Tun. Alex schreibt, dachte tatsächlich, Familie wären immer so. Nein, tatsächlich nicht. Also es gibt tatsächlich Familien ohne generationales Trauma und die nicht, ich sag mal, aus Versehen wenig konstruktiv für ihre Kinder sind und ja, es gibt so richtig so hilfreiche, unterstützende Familien mit jahrzehntelang gewachsenen Vertrauen und so weiter. Aber es ist auch okay, wenn man sich erstmal damit abfinden muss, dass das halt nicht immer so war. Wie ging das arabische Sprichwort, Freunde sind Gottes Entschuldigung für die Familie? Ja, es gibt so ein ähnliches Sprichwort, halt so in Richtung, so Freunde sind die Familie, die man sich aussucht. Ne? So Familie ist halt so, sind halt die, in Familie wird man reingeboren, Freunde sucht man sich aus. Auch wenn das, glaube ich, auch im Endeffekt viel mit Zufall zu tun hat, wen man so im Lebensweg kennenlernt, was das halt nicht weniger wertvoll macht, aber es hat da, glaube ich, auch einfach viel mit Zufall zu tun, wer einem so über den Weg läuft. Aber ja, ich hatte auch in meinem Jugendzimmer sehr lange aus irgendeinem Urlaub in südlichen Gefilden, also Bayern, Franken, mitgebrachte Holztafel, wo eingeschnitzt oder gelötet war, lieber Ratten im Keller als Familie im Haus. Aber es geht anders und es ist halt okay, dass es halt eben, dass man es anders kennengelernt hat. Ist halt so. Meine Schwester und ich hatten ein furchtbares Verhältnis als Dorf, aber wir hätten niemals seinen Hamster getötet. Ja, das ist gut. Das finde ich gut. Ich glaube auch, das ist, glaube ich, so, das zeigt nochmal dieses über Leichen gehen. So, ich glaube tatsächlich, das soll so ein bisschen ich glaube auch die Schwestern sollen halt so Aspekte dieser Familienbeziehungen scharf darstellen, zugespitzt darstellen. Und da ist halt nun mal die sehr kompetitive Schwester, die halt über Leichen geht. Ne? Hauptsache der Hamster hat an dem Tag performt und wenn er am nächsten Tag drauf geht, er ist als Sieger gestorben. Weil es doch tatsächlich mega grausam war. Leute, geht vernünftig mit euren Hamstern um und gebt ihnen kein Koffein. Ja, furchtbare Familie. Ich sage ja auch nicht, dass ich sie gut finde, nur dass es ist keine Sympathie, es gibt so eine gewisse Empathie.
You can't always do something, you know? Running around all over the place, yelling at doctors won't help her just because we think it will. It doesn't work that way. It never does. Sometimes you just need to let go.
Let go? Let go of what?
See, Diane, maybe this is why Marie chose me. She knows that I can keep a cool head, that I don't let my emotions take over.
Bullshit. You think this isn't your emotions doing the talking? You go on and on saying that Mom is the worst mother ever. Do you seriously not think you should...
Danke, Glasper.
What?
Hallo.
What do you mean? You know very well what I mean. She could have died in that car.
Marie was also in the car that day. You remember, my little phone?
Ist ihr Kind beim Autounfall gestorben? Und wir haben jetzt die Rehkitz-Symbolik auf einmal. Also tatsächlich ist es, also es sah jetzt nicht wie ein Rehkitz aus, wie ist sie nochmal, Junon? Irgendwie, sie hat auf jeden Fall einen coolen Namen. Gegenfährt, aber halt, ja. So, erstmal nochmal Hallo an den Klasper und vielen Dank für die Subskriptionen. Es ist tatsächlich auch mit 9 Monaten. Wir begeben uns auch in dem Sinn, wo der Stream Nachwuchs so langsam erwartet. Junon, genau. Danke. Ist ein interessanter Name. Wahrscheinlich ist er im Französischen jetzt total häufig, aber ich mag's. So, an dem Tag. Was ist mit dem Tag? Der Tag.
I can't remember why. She was going to town for an errand, I think. I parked in front of her house. She sat in the front, and then... She was by my side when I woke up in the hospital. Jan's right. Marie could have died. And the doctor said that this sort of thing can happen due to trauma from years ago.
So it's all my fault then? Are you saying that? All of this is happening...
Ja, sie hatte also schon mal einen Autounfall.
Of course not. But since the accident, she's given you work. She's done her best to help you. And you just want to let her die? Shit, I'm not going to give up on her. If you hate her, that's your problem.
You're out of your damn mind.
Oh, come on. You're so transparent.
Shut up! I don't want to hear any more of this. I'm leaving.
Damn it! Did I really have to go off like that?
Tritt nicht gegen dein Auto. Wie gesagt, ich hatte auch mal so eins und hatte sehr viel Freude daran. Nur kurz, sind wie ein paar Jahre, aber halt so, war auch gebraucht. Aber ich habe sehr gute Erinnerungen an diese Automarke. Und ich denke wieder daran, dass ich mal Benzin hinten ausgeschüttet habe. Es war ein Atemerlebnis. So.
Maybe we should fight, just like Marie taught us. Do I really have to be so angry? Do I really hate my mother?
Schon wieder Vögel? Ist immer die gleiche Szene, oder?
When will Dad get here?
He'll get here when he gets here. Soon. Don't worry.
I can't wait. Tomorrow we're visiting Buckingham Palace, and Lizzie says I'll get to taste real fish and chips and... Oh, sorry, Junon.
I've never really been jealous of Diane's family. I was too fascinated by the concept of a family. That was an incredible discovery for me, and so beautiful to see. I was also worried for her. She had a dad and a stepsister. She had something to lose. I only had Marie, and Marie is immortal. So, I was safe.
Interessante Denke. Aber jetzt noch mal ein bisschen was aus jeder Szene. Spielen wir noch gar nicht so lang. How long to beat, statt dass das Spiel 3 bis 4 Stunden lang ist. Gut, es war ein Eintrag, aber trotzdem. Okay, welche neue Erkenntnis haben wir von den Lobstern?
So, why do you put the elastic bands around their claws? Is it so they don't cut your fingers?
I appreciate the concern, but no, ma'am. Without the bands, they would just eat each other.
When the guy said that, my mind jumped to my mother. She used to warn me about people and how dangerous they could be. Even me.
Ich fass gleich nochmal zusammen, Klasper.
Me. Trust no one but yourself. Ah, it was exhausting.
Ist das ein Feuer? Ach, das ist ein Feuerzeug tatsächlich. Das ist halt so ein Feuerzeug von der Seite. Also, worum es geht, wir spielen praktisch einen Zeitloop. Wir haben angefangen damit, dass sie halt halt praktisch in der Krankenhaustoilette auf dem Boden liegt, total fertig, weil sie hat halt erfahren, dass ihre Mutter im Sterben liegt. Sie hatte halt ein Hirnaneurysma und halt sie ist völlig überfordert aus dem Krankenhaus geflohen und hatte halt das erste Mal diesen Unfall, den wir jetzt immer wieder sehen. Und sie praktisch, jetzt so ein bisschen, ich weiß nicht, ob du mal, also mich jetzt erinnert es ein bisschen an To the Moon. Halt sie springt praktisch in ihren Erinnerungen hin und her, über so Assoziationsketten, so halt eben halt hier diesen Lobster, halt die Vogel auf dieser, was war das, Minzpackung? Irgendwie so halt dieses Bild von dem Vogel und so weiter. Und wenn sie praktisch irgendeine Erinnerung freigräbt, die ihr hilft, gerade die Situation zu überstehen oder besser zu lösen, der sie ist, springt sie halt wieder in das Krankenhaus zurück und wir kommen weiter in der Story. Aber halt irgendwann bricht die Sache dann halt wieder zusammen, wir sind wieder im Auto, es kommt wieder zu diesem Unfall und wir müssen weiter lernen. So funktioniert die Geschichte. So, hier waren wir bei ihrem Geburtstag, wo sie die Wohnung in Brand gesteckt hat, damit ihre Mutter nicht die Freundin ihrer Stiefschwester verführt.
Wow! I'd forgotten how muscular you are.
Junon.
Are you jealous?
Schöner Name.
I like it.
All right, Junon. You're my sister. This is super embarrassing. Especially since you're drunk off your ass.
She only has to
Oops.
stand by me.
Sorry.
And start to breathe easier. It's funny how you forget the obvious stuff as time goes by.
Okay, sie hat offensichtlich vergessen, wie viel Kraft sie eigentlich aus der Beziehung mit ihrer Stiefschwester gezogen hat.
You see, my little dear, there are some things I'd have loved the chance to tell you. For starters, growing up means figuring out what you really care about and what you're better off without. I never understood why the whole world was such a threat to Marie. It damaged me, growing up that way. Now, I've had enough. Jan has always been a reassuring presence in my life. Although I never knew how to tell her, we had completely different lives. We're not affected by the same things, but I hope it's not too late to tell her that I care about her.
Sie erzählt die Geschichte anscheinend ihrer verstorbenen Tochter. Wir haben schon rausgefunden, dass sie vor 5 Jahren auch einen Autounfall hatte.
You heard that as well. Don't
Und die bisherige Theorie ist, dass sie halt dabei ihre Tochter verloren hat.
She's terrified, actually. My little sister. I need to comfort her. Show her that I'm here for her. That she's not alone. You know what? Right about now, there's nothing we can do for Marie. Nothing at all.
But
I know this bothers you, and I understand. But that's how it is. It's out of our control. So I'd rather pay attention to what matters the most. Family.
And that's what exactly?
It's you. You're my family, Jen.
What about Mom?
Marie is different. That's just how she is. She's... Sure, we're part of her life, but we can't expect much more than that. Marie...
Bitter?
She's alone against the world.
Ah, Marie auch im Sinne von Maria. Okay. Und natürlich die wahre Queste, die im Hintergrund läuft, das war die wahre unmögliche Aufgabe, die wir hinter uns bringen müssen, ist irgendeinen aus dieser verdammten Familie sympathisch für Joanna zu machen. Aber ich glaube, das werden wir nicht in diesem Stream schaffen. Die Familie hat Faschisten.
I think she'd be furious if she knew she was surrounded with Jesus stuff. This is a former charity hospital. It's not holy ground anymore, but the new owners apparently thought it wouldn't hurt to keep a few statues around. I guess this is as good a place as any to hope for miracles. After all, whether she admits it or not, Mom has one thing in common with the biblical Mary. Both of them had a child whose father was shrouded in mystery, which makes me baby Jesus? I'd prefer not to end up dead on a cross, though.
Well, considering what she's been through. As a kid, I mean.
What is she talking about?
Na, wissen wir da ein paar Sachen nicht? Der Kampf von Chuck Norris gegen die unbekannte Farbe. Ja, das hat der Jasper auch verpasst. Aber wir wollen mal nicht spoilern. Vielleicht gibt es da neue Entwicklungen.
What are you talking about? How do you know what she went through as a kid? Did she talk to you?
Once. One night. I didn't really understand. Her dad left when she was like 12 years old. She basically raised her brothers and sisters on her own.
Ah, okay.
Hold on, what? She has brothers and sisters?
I guess so. And she's the oldest. And at some point, she burned bridges with everyone. Forever.
Oh, wow. Did I know this? I kind of remember, but it feels like a blur. Have we talked about this before? Did I forget that too? That's not what's important right now. You know, Diane, I don't think that Marie has anyone. Not really. She doesn't want to. She can't. She doesn't know how to trust.
True. That is the one thing that's beyond her reach.
But it's not beyond ours. We need to trust each other, otherwise we're screwed. You understand?
Of course I understand. I've spent years trying to get her to pay attention to me. And I don't feel like fighting all the time. Not against you, anyway.
We don't have to anymore.
What? You mean, now that she's fucking dying?
No, I mean, we can decide to do things differently. We don't have to play by her rules, where everyone's out for everyone. Kill or be killed. I think that's... I don't know. It might be her history, but it doesn't have to be ours. I'm not even sure she even believes it herself, actually. I'd rather believe that there are people I can always count on. And that they can count on me because I love them and I care for them. People like you, Dididu.
No.
Is she crying?
Nein. Das ist nur Feuchtigkeit in ihren Augen.
Sorry. I don't know what's going on with me.
Es regnet von innen.
I'm scared, you know? For Mom. I don't want her to die.
Well, right now, she's still alive. And you know her, she's not going down easy.
I don't think you're anything like a lobster. I think lobsters are disgusting.
Tja.
Is that right? Me too, come to think of it. Ugh, crap.
What? Is it the doctors?
No, look.
Alex? You should answer.
Die Ex.
Are you
Alex
sure?
Ex.
Are you gonna be okay?
Ask me again and I'll slap you. Of course I'll be okay. You're coming right back, aren't you?
You bet I am, little sis. I'd don't know what would have happened between your dad and I if you were still here. Would we have agreed on how to raise you, the kind of values to impart? I think so, at least on the surface. Actually, we had made a deal when you were still... He came up with the idea, if memory serves.
Oh.
We don't contradict each other in front of Astrid. If we have to fight, we do it in private.
Ich werde mal ganz kurz austreten. Dann schauen wir uns ganz kurz Chuck Norris an und dann machen wir weiter. Bin in einer Minute wieder da, bevor es wieder dramatisch wird. Ich habe das Bedürfnis, diese emotionale Szene zu brechen, unangemessen und hilflos mit Chuck Norris Humor. Und das machen wir jetzt einfach. Bis in einer Minute. Ja, ihr seid schon wieder. So, wir gucken mal ganz kurz, was an der anderen Front in der Zwischenzeit passiert ist. Ich habe auf irgendeinen Knopf gedrückt auf meinem Headset. War das gut? Ja. Müssen wir jetzt mitarbeiten, ne? Ich höre noch Sound. Okay. So, einen Moment. Ich switch mal ganz kurz raus. Was der Kampf von Chuck Norris mit der unbekannten Farbe macht. Gucken wir mal ganz kurz rein. So. Okay, also wir haben, also um Kontext zu schaffen, wir haben am Anfang des Streams uns Chuck Norris Witze generieren lassen. Und ich habe mich dann gefragt, was passiert, wenn wir die nach Midjourney füttern. Und so, dann gucken wir mal, was passiert ist. Also die Comic-Varianten sind ganz gut. Die realistischen sind bunt. Geht alles in die gleiche Richtung. In a Moment, ich fange nochmal an. In a post-apocalyptic world, the remaining survivors must face off against Chuck Norris, who has become an unstoppable force of nature. Imagine a story in which a group of rebels attempt to overthrow Chuck Norris and restore balance to the world. Alter, was ist das für eine... Das ist besser als Kokainbär. Kokainbär? Wie heißt der? Das kann ich mir richtig vorstellen. Wieso die ganze Welt nach der Apokalypse sich zusammenfinden muss, um Chuck Norris zu besiegen. Aber weiter ist er noch nicht gekommen. Okay, er ist also noch nicht sonderlich weit. Gut, dann spielen wir einfach weiter. Erinnert mich daran, das aus dem VOD rauszuschneiden, weil da soll man sich ja auf das Spiel konzentrieren können.
But that never happened anyway. Your dad doesn't get angry. Perhaps because he hates confrontation.
God damn it, Junon.
Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, huh? Hello, Alex. How are you doing, Alex? Oh, I'm so glad to hear from you, Alex.
Did you take it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about. I just have no desire to talk about it right now.
The house. Astrid's dollhouse. It used to be in my office and now it isn't. And I need it for work. I'm using it as a reference for level design.
Can I call you later? Hold on, where am I right now? I guess I wandered into a decommissioned part of the hospital. Ooh, it's kind of spooky.
No, you cannot call me later. It's easy. Just tell me if you have it. It will take 2 seconds.
Your dad is getting on my nerves. I'm sorry, but it's true. All right, Alex, listen. Okay, come on, keep your cool. Try and be mindful. I'm going to hang up now. I blew off Jan to pick up the phone, thinking this was an emergency.
But it is an emergency. I'm sure Jan will understand.
Alex, you don't know.
Fine. The one time I need your help.
Oh, poor guy. He's about to feel very bad about this. Oh well, that was his dumb choice. Alex, I'm at the hospital.
Oh shit. Are you okay? What happened? Or was it Jan?
Don't worry, I'm fine, and so is your dear Diane. It's my mother. She had...
Oh.
She had? Okay. Can I call you later? No. My name is Alex. Genau. Yeah, you can call me whatever you want.
I should be happy that he's relieved, but man, that's harsh.
Mochte seine Schwiegermutter offensichtlich nicht. Für dich, Baby, kann nicht alles sein.
But let's be honest, Alex has never been too keen on her anyway. Do you want to know how he described her? The mug of a James Bond villain, the personality of a public restroom, and the pictorial style of a drunken tardigrade. I'm sure he thought that she was being unfair to me, and that annoyed him. So he avoided her as much as possible. The worst part is that she loved him, but he could see right through her.
Die Sache ist, wenn das ein ungenutzter Teil des Krankenhauses ist, wäre er ganz sicherlich zugesperrt. Vertraut mir, ich habe mal Urban Exploration gemacht. Und ich hätte das geliebt, hier einfach rumzulaufen. Und es wäre abgeschlossen gewesen, weil man sonst sich da verläuft und irgendwelche Leute das Krankenhaus verklagen, weil man ist da die Treppe runtergefallen oder irgendjemand legt da ein Feuer oder sprayt alles voller Graffiti, weil Leute einfach scheiße sind und nicht ein schönes, leerstehendes Gebäude einfach da lassen können. Entschuldigung. Alex Miamasch. Ich sehe schon, du hast sie alle gehört.
She understood very quickly that he would not treat her with kid gloves. And she appreciated that, because she loved fighting. Alex didn't like that I wasn't as critical of Marie as he was. He probably thought that I was a bit masochistic. I wasn't. It's just that I'm her daughter, and she's my only mother.
Ich finde das interessant, dass man also rein mechanisch belohnt dafür wird, alle die Gespräche abzuwarten. Weil wir könnten ja relativ früh, sag ich mal, hier skippen, aber halt die nice Option oder halt, wenn man sich dafür interessiert, eine weitere Option erschließt sich erst, wenn man wirklich das komplette Gespräch hat.
Alex, this is my mother we're talking about. I mean, sure, this is Marie, but still.
What happened to our lady of the pen brush?
Lady of the Pen Brush.
She doesn't have one.
Oh, schön.
That doesn't sound like Alex. Not at all. What's happening to him? Is he drunk? It's a bit early to start drinking. Should I be worried? Or perhaps I shouldn't say anything. I actually don't know. They said something about an aneurysm, but I haven't summoned the courage to see her yet.
Scared you'll get an earful?
All right, enough. It's not funny, Alex. It's just... it's not funny.
It is not.
Sensitive, which is not like you.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Are you okay?
Come on. It's just a joke.
Except nothing is ever just a joke.
It was just a prank, Alex.
Okay.
I mean, I care about you, and I...
Oh, sorry. Are you doing a stand-up routine now? Hopefully that works out better than movies did.
Emotional damage.
But I have no time for this, okay? So I'm just gonna hang up now.
Yeah, you hang up. You can call me anytime, day or night, even show up at my house unannounced. I'm here, no worries. But if it's the reverse, I can go right on to hell.
That's unfair, Alex. I don't...
Unfair? Really? Have I ever not been there for you?
What is that supposed to mean?
Ah. Der ist sicherlich dieser erdrückende Helfertyp.
Are we keeping score? That's news to me. I never asked you to be there. I don't owe you a thing, okay? Just call Pauline if you're looking for comfort.
That's too easy, Junon. Giving up on me now that you no longer need me.
Alex, it's been almost 2 years since...
What if I had done that to you when Astrid died?
Oh, go fuck yourself, Alex.
Nice. Ich kann mir das gerade so richtig so als Miniserie vorstellen, so als so Mini-Webserie mit den einzelnen Episoden, die immer hier endet.
What a dumbass! How dare he bring you up in the middle of all this? He never forgave me for what happened, but he's too cowardly to tell it to my face. He's right, though. I don't know how I would have managed if he weren't there when you... And on top of that, I hold him responsible.
Ich hab's nicht weggeklickt.
I guess I'm an ungrateful bitch, huh?
Süß. Nein, kein Joseph Campbell.
Of all the stories I know, this is probably the least funny one. Although it's not like any of these has been particularly fun so far. But sometimes, well, thinking back about darker things does help shine a light on them. And actually, I think this one ends well, all right? I'll tell you this story.
Okay. Interessant, dass wir hier die Zeiten durchschalten. Der Alex, der offensichtlich Indie-Games macht.
Alex was a great dad who took good care of his child. He showered her, cooked her food, invented games for her. Anytime the little girl was home, his deep laughter would shake the house's walls. And then, one day, Alex no longer feels like laughing.
Immerhin haben wir jetzt Astrid mal kennengelernt. Ich mag auch die wechselnden Soundatmosphären, wenn man durchschaltet.
Astrid was both a little girl and a very big girl. When she turned 4, she decided she would brush her own teeth. She was so eager to grow up. And then one day, Astrid disappears.
Sieht zum Fenster raus.
Junon was a mom who had made a huge mistake. She had bruises everywhere, a broken arm, her skull was split. It wasn't a pretty sight, but Alex didn't mind and still took care of her. Junon was quite sure that she didn't deserve it. And then one day, she gets better.
What? Moment. Wo? Das kann jetzt aber nicht von dem Unfall sein, weil ich dachte, dass Astrid bei dem Unfall gestorben ist. Oder habe ich das jetzt falsch verstanden? Sie mochte es auf jeden Fall Zeit alleine im Bad zu verbringen und feeling you. Astrid ist ja auch disappeared. Irgendwie hatte ich das gerade so, hatte ich das so abgespeichert, dass bei dem Unfall, dass sie wirklich bei dem Unfall gestorben ist. Aber vielleicht habe ich das auch falsch interpretiert. Weil das, ne, wo sie ja offensichtlich gefahren ist und ihre Mutter verletzt wurde. Astrid ist gestorben. Aber hat sie nicht gerade gesagt, dass Alex sich auch um Astrid kümmert? Okay, gut. Hören wir die Geschichte. Das ist vielleicht ganz gut, dass wir auch die Geschichte zu Ende erzählen lassen. Das ist eine gute Idee.
Marie was a grandmother who was often angry. As a result, she and Junon did not talk much. It was too exhausting. And then one day, Marie calls. Time passes, and Junon's body fixes itself. The bones heal, the bruises fade. Doctors call it a miracle. Junon doesn't agree. But these doctors are no good anyway. They didn't even notice that Junon's heart is strewn all around.
Das ist auch eine Formulierung, die ich nicht häufig höre. Strewn. Diese Schrecksekunde, wenn die Leute auf einmal weg sind.
Time passes, but a big little girl doesn't just disappear. She leaves toys and drawings lying around.
Ah, okay. Deswegen disappeared.
Marks, like tiny little clenched fists punching holes into Junon's heart.
Ich glaube, das ist echt das Härteste, wenn man halt wirklich von allen kleinen Sachen halt einfach nur dran erinnert wird. Kannst halt einfach nicht aussperren.
Time passes and the phone rings. Again and again and again. Junon doesn't know what Marie wants, but she can guess. Marie was there when Junon made her big mistake. And if Junon picks
Okay. Es ist doch so.
talk about it, Junon can't forgive herself. So the phone rings and nobody answers. Time passes, and Alex is still standing. He misses his daughter. He misses laughing, too. But he doesn't show it. He's taking care of everything. He cleans up, he cooks, he washes. He wants people to know that he won't crumble down.
Okay. Lunching.
Marie keeps on calling. When the accident happened, Marie knocked her head. She looks like she's better now, but Junon is still thinking that she almost killed her. Her too, she might add, so she's not picking up. One day, Alex puts away every hint of Astrid into a big box. The apartment seems a bit empty all of a sudden. But it is what it is. And Alex isn't crying. Alex wants to rescue Junon from her sadness, wash her hair, cut her nails, spoon-feed her. He wants to be the guy you can rely on to walk back home when you're tired. But today, Junon is not walking back.
Das ist der Punkt, an dem die Leute jetzt einspringen. Gut, dass er die Toilette schrubbt. Ah, da ist die Geschichte wieder von vorne. Okay, ich habe gerade schon gedacht, wo kommt das Kind auf einmal wieder her? Ich frage mich, was hier, ob er sie sucht. Also im Sinne von, ne, wo ist sie denn hin?
Junon doesn't want to be saved. Not by Alex. Not by anyone. She puts her finger through the candle flame to feel the bite. She wants to hurt. Just like that time. Broken bones and ripped up flesh. She's angry that her heart is still beating.
Also erstmal ein bisschen Feeling you, Alex, weil ich kann tatsächlich auch so sein. Aber halt, das ist keine gute Art zu leben. Wo kommt das Atemgeräusch her? Ist das die ganze Zeit da? Was ich meinte, es gibt ja dieses Konzept, und ich glaube, das heißt das Buch nicht sogar so, hilflose Helfer oder so. Es ist so Leute praktisch, die also praktisch ihre eigene Hilflosigkeit über dieses Helfen kompensieren. Und das muss man sich mal abgewöhnen. Das funktioniert so nicht. Vor allem, weil er sich dadurch ja praktisch auch nur von der Trauerarbeit ablenkt. Guck mal, ich bin der Starke, der alles schafft. Ich fange sogar meine Frau auf. Voll der Held.
And then one day... Are you sure you want to know the rest of the story, my little fawn? I hadn't prepared anything. I was just going to wash up, I had closed the door, taken off my clothes, turned on the shower, and I started crying. I couldn't stop. I couldn't go on. I had medicine for my broken heart. And I decided to swallow it all. Your toothbrush was on the edge of the bathroom sink, which made me think of my very big little girl. Her smile full of toothpaste. I thought that maybe I too could give it a try, but I had forgotten how to.
Das ist natürlich schon echt hart. Also ich hatte am Anfang nicht gedacht, dass das Kind wirklich schon so groß war. Puh, heftig.
I put those little pills in my mouth, and they tasted funny on my tongue. I just needed to swallow them. And right at that moment, the phone started ringing. Marie didn't ask me why I didn't answer the phone for a whole year. She started talking as if nothing happened. I was crying too much, I couldn't answer. So she told me she could wait. And she waited until the last tear was shed. And then she told me something she had never told me. Perhaps one day I can tell you exactly what it was. But long story short, it meant she loved us very much, you and I. In that moment, I felt like an enormous weight was lifted off of my shoulders, as if she had given me the most beautiful gift. And then she changed the subject, as she does. She had a proposal for me. Her career was taking off, and she needed someone to do the clerical work. She knew I would do it well. She told me, "It's a boring job. I'm not doing you any favors, but you can do me one." I accepted.
Ja, man kann noch so ein schwieriges Verhältnis zu seinen Eltern haben. Es ist immer gut, von ihnen zu hören, dass man geliebt wird. Und auch wenn man dachte, es ist einem egal, man kommt auch ohne aus. Egal, ob das halt so, ne? Man weiß ja nie wirklich, was in anderen Menschen vorgeht, und Eltern sind ja auch Rollen, und deswegen ist das alles ganz schwierig. Aber es ist halt wirklich, ja. Aber das ist auch wirklich ein Schmerz, den ich nicht. Ich glaube, den kann man wirklich nur nachempfinden, wenn man wirklich Kinder hat. Ich kann versuchen, mich reinzudenken, aber ich glaube, es funktioniert nicht.
Alex never learned what really happened that day. He panicked because he could no longer hear me, so he broke the door. But he was too late. It was all over already. That's it, my little fawn. That's the end of my story. If it weren't for Marie, I wouldn't be here to tell you, because she gave me more than words that day. She helped me understand that it was time I made my own decisions. That's the thing I figured out that night. And it changed me for the better. I would no longer rely on others to save me. Not on Marie, not Alex, not anyone else. I couldn't live like that. Not anymore.
Have I ever not been there for you?
So, einmal kurz den Chat aufholen. Das ist jetzt bezogen auf die Elternliebe. Ja, ich glaube tatsächlich irgendwann, ja. Ich weiß, was du meinst. Irgendwann ist der Punkt erreicht, da ist es echt Wurst. Halt, ja. 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 Sage ich einfach nur so. Ja. Ich bin halt ein bisschen froh, dass tatsächlich, so, es gibt ja nicht umsonst halt so, wie heißt das nochmal? Ah, Gott, da gibt es halt auch so in entsprechenden Foren einfach ein Begriff für den Kontaktabbruch oder das emotionale Abnabeln. Ja, sagen wir es einfach so, ja. I agree on second überleging.
He didn't actually understand. He didn't get the dynamic we had and what it did to us. And me neither, actually. Up until today, I lived some sort of a misunderstanding. But it's over. It's true. You were there. Not just when we lost Astrid, you've always been there. I knew that whatever happened, you'd be there. It's not easy to explain why you fall in love with someone. There was no love at first sight between your father and I. We even lost touch after high school. And still... One night, we went out on a date, and I immediately knew that it would last. There was something in his eyes. When he looked at me, I felt like he saw something invisible. Something wonderful. Something valuable. I couldn't believe, in fact, he was looking at me. I was really anxious at the time about everything. But when I woke up at his place the next day, for a brief moment, the oppressive feeling had disappeared.
Das ist eine ganz schön toxische Dynamik, aber ich würde nicht behaupten, dass ich sie nicht könnte.
It happened again when I saw him the next day, and the day after, and then after that, every time we met. In spite of the distance, I felt like I was taking drugs, and it was really good.
Ich würde jetzt sagen, why not both? Ene, mene, mu. Ich glaube tatsächlich, dass beide Antworten valide sind.
I didn't have that growing up with Marie. I felt like you believed in me. You're the only one who made me feel this way. You and Astrid. Yes, you too, my little dear.
I believe in you.
I know. Being with you was a gift. But it had to stop.
After Astrid died,
You see my little phone? Even when you're gone, you're never very far. Even before, I was just letting you lead me around. When Astrid died, I did what I always do. I leaned on you. You would have the answer. You would know what to do. But
She needs you more than she loves you.
But now, though, I understand. This whole time, your poor dad was fishing out corpses. Not literally. Don't worry, I'm not going crazy. It's just... It reminds me of this story I read while doing research for a screenplay.
Ich höre.
The story of a guy named Wei Peng, a farmer in the Yellow River Valley who found himself a unique occupation. His cabin is 20 kilometers downstream from Lanzhou, an industrial city.
Oh,
Tracks poor
ich ahne,
looking
worauf das hinausläuft.
and their life is so terrible that a bunch of them are committing suicide. Young women, especially. Some kids and elderly too. More rarely, but it happens. Every morning, Wei Peng grabs his pitchfork, pops into his small boat, and he searches the river. He's looking for bulky and soft lumps. Most of the time, they're goat carcasses. But every now and then, he finds humans. When Wei Peng manages to identify the body, he sells it. Otherwise, he buries it. Between 500 and 5,000 yuan, depending on the client. I understood why people paid him. It's a horrible feeling not knowing what happened to a loved one. They were purchasing more than a mortal coil. They were purchasing peace of mind. But I didn't get why Wei Peng did it. How can you live with this job? Then I reached the end of the article. His own child died in that river. Kid your age, trying to retrieve a ball in the water. Wei Peng didn't know how to swim. He couldn't do anything. And now I understand Wei Peng. Just as I understand Alex. Some people find it easier to alleviate other people's grief than to deal with their own pain head-on. Maybe that worked for you. Being in...
I am in this picture and I do not like it.
You were taking care of me, you wouldn't have to think about yourself. Or about Astrid.
Maybe I never thought about it that way.
Me neither, you know, I only understand this now.
Okay, then. Why? If I thought I was helping you, but actually hurting, why did you come back to see me?
I really shouldn't have. I don't know what came over me.
Okay, but still, it was nice. Seeing each other again, wasn't it?
Of course, I liked it too. But it also felt like a farewell. That's besides the point. I don't know why I did what I did. I don't even know why I went to your house.
Because you wanted to see me.
It's true. I'm telling you, I have no idea why I went. Maybe it was out of habit? I think that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with Alex. His way of figuring stuff out has always fascinated me.
Schwierigkeit des Medium mehr als simpler Zeitvertreib. Wir kommen später darauf zurück. Ich setze meinen gedanklichen Marker.
I couldn't figure out a character's story arc. He figured it out. I couldn't get in touch with producers. He figured it out. I couldn't live without you. He figured it out. I believe that's why I went to see him last week.
Oh, so schnell.
So he could figure it out for me. Except I didn't even know what my problem was on that day. If only it were that simple. Anyway, it was really stupid, and I probably hurt you.
Come on, June, stop that. Last week you were happy. For the first time since I can remember.
What would you know? We haven't seen each other in months.
That is true. And it wasn't my call. You're the one who left. And I respected your choice. I learned how to live without you. And you showed up on my doorstep out of fucking nowhere? What am I supposed to think?
Yeah, he's totally right about that. I'm sorry, Alex. I truly am. I know you're angry and...
I'm not angry.
But I was in a bad place. I didn't know what to do. I needed to see someone.
Why not your sister then? Or call a girlfriend? Even your mother, for that matter. You came to see me because I know what you are feeling. I understand your pain. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so.
Ha! Das nächste Learning.
You don't understand anything. Well, if you really understand, then why do I...
Der hat auch sein Kind verloren.
Why the hell do I feel so alone? No one can understand what I feel, ever. No one can tell me how to live with this, how to do this. It's a gaping hole in the fabric of life, and living with that big a hole in you it's impossible.
bunte Haarbürste. Gefährlich.
Do you remember your dollhouse? Marie gave it to you. She had built it herself in secret. It was really detailed. There were even miniature
Oh,
figurines
süß.
and I for you to play with.
Und in dem Dollhaus ist nochmal ein Dollhaus.
Of course you remember. You took to it immediately. You were making up all kinds of stories about daily life where you were the hero.
Da ist nochmal ein Dollhaus im Dollhaus.
I did it. I stole your house from Alex and threw it away. I don't know why. Could you forgive me? If I had a really good reason?
Jetzt wird es ja ganz schön doll in dem Haus. Was ich vorhin meinte, ja, das ist okay. Deswegen wollte ich ja vorhin die Szene nicht unterbrechen mit Meta-Kommentar. Aber jetzt haben wir einen neuen Abschnitt. Genau, du hast ja geschrieben, das ist ein Spiel, also man hat ja immer wieder diese Spiele, die einen beeindrucken und dann so dann sagt man halt, oh, das ist aber, ne, das ist halt, das zeigt mal, wie stark das Medium ist. Und ich bin immer so ein bisschen geteilter Meinung, weil ich frage mich im Endeffekt immer, also das ist so sowas, was ich mich bei zum Beispiel Life is Strange frage oder anderen Medien. Funktioniert es jetzt, weil es ein gutes Skript ist, oder funktioniert es, weil es ein gutes Spiel ist? Oder weil ist irgendwas spielhaft daran? Also ja, ich würde hier so ein bisschen schon sagen, halt durch dieses Loopen und bisschen so suchen und so. Es hat schon mehr Spielelemente. Aber halt so, jetzt stell dir mal einfach vor, du hast ja jetzt ein paar Loops mitgekriegt. Das wäre jetzt eine Netflix-Serie. So. Netflix-Serie startet, also die erste Folge nicht, aber die machen wir es anders. So, die Netflix-Serie endet immer mit dem Autounfall. Jede Folge endet damit, dass die Musik anschwillt, innerer Monolog. Sie macht das Auto auf mit immer den gleichen Kameraeinstellungen, fährt los und gerät immer wieder in diesen Unfall, crasht, Schwarzblende, Credits. So, Folge zu Ende. Nächste Folge startet mit der Slow-Mo, wo sie halt Fokus auf irgendeins dieser Objekte wirklich legt und halt darüber diesen Gedankensprüngen in die nächste Story folgt. Könnte sehr ähnlich funktionieren. Das ist jetzt kein Diss gegen das Spiel. Das ist überhaupt kein Diss gegen das Spiel. Ich finde, das funktioniert wirklich gut. Und es ist halt auch, ich bin halt jetzt auch kein Mensch, der irgendwie sagt, Visual Novels sind keine Spiele, Walking-Simulatoren, nee, ich brauche Gewinn-Conditions und Verlier-Conditions und also, aber es wird halt auch tatsächlich, so im Sinne erinnert es mich sogar ein bisschen an Russian Doll, an Matroschka. Es würde halt auch in so einem Setting funktionieren. So, die Stärke ist in der Identifikation, dann ist die Regel. Genau, ja doch, das ist ein mega guter Punkt. Ich glaube, das ist auch ein Punkt, weshalb ich zum Beispiel jetzt sage, dass ich halt doch ganz gut, dass ich halt wirklich unsere Hauptdarstellerin sympathisch finde. Und nach der letzten Sequenz fühle ich mich ein bisschen ertappt in meinem Helfersyndrom. Warum ich sie so sympathisch finde? I can fix her. So, ne? So, lass mich dich um dich kümmern und alles wieder in Ordnung bringen. Und, verdammt. Aber ja, so, jetzt spielen wir aber weiter. Die Netflix-Serie Kaleidoskop. Ist das da, wo... Oh, wie ging die denn nochmal? Kannst du denn nochmal beschreiben? Sie sagt mir was, aber ich weiß nicht mehr, ob ich sie gesehen habe. Unterschiedliche Schauerfahrungen. Nee, habe ich tatsächlich, glaube ich, nicht gesehen dann. Ich habe dann tatsächlich wirklich an eine andere Serie gedacht. So, jetzt gucken wir aber erstmal hier. Weil ich dachte an so eine Serie, wo wirklich eine Frau zu verschiedenen Punkten in ihrer Vergangenheit zurückreist. Aber das war eine andere Serie. So, jetzt gucken wir mal.
This is Pauline, your father's new girlfriend.
Sieht nett aus.
Actually, we've known her since high school, but I haven't seen her in a while. She's a great girl, you know. I'm sure your dad will be happy with her. To be honest, I always wondered why he picked me over her back then.
Die Arbeit.
Your dad is still making video games, but he quit the big company he used to work for. Now he's making a game on his own. I don't know much about it. I think it's about you.
Der unvermeidliche Part, wo es in Indie-Games über Indie-Games machen geht. Moment, es hat gerade irgendwas aus dem Bad gekracht. Ich gehe mal ganz kurz im Bad gucken, was da gekracht hat. Wahrscheinlich ist nur irgendwas umgefallen, aber sicher ist sicher. So bei Bad und Küche und so bin ich immer ein bisschen vorsichtig, überall da, wo es Wasser gibt. Sekunde. Nichts passiert. Okay. Es ist ein Nie-Problem. Der Wind hat einfach das Fenster aufgedrückt und ich hatte einfach. Moment, wie beschreibe ich das am besten? Ich bin ein Mensch, der gerne auf allen Ablageflächen irgendwas drauf tut. Also ist natürlich auch dort. Was hatte ich denn da drunter? Halt so Q-Tips und da drauf stand einfach Mandeo. Und es hat halt, das Fenster wurde von dem Wind aufgedrückt. Ich hatte so halt so halb auf Spalt. Und also hat das einfach gegen diesen Turm gedengelt und der ist halt einfach umgestürzt. Also ist alles okay in Bad und WC, genau. Ich habe mir sowas schon gedacht, aber halt, es hätte ja mal sein können, ne?
In a way, every game he ever worked on talked about you. The games you were playing together actually gave him tons of ideas for his work.
Wir haben eine Brücke zum Little Gator Game. Ich hätte jetzt beinahe Little Gamer Gate gesagt. Indie games are always about making indie games. So, das ist jetzt die zweite Ebene. Das ist für ein Puppenhaus. Und dann sind wir jetzt in der äußeren Ebene.
I thought Alex had gotten rid of that house when he cleaned out your room. After you passed, I never wondered where it was. I just forgot about it. And Alex isn't one for clutter. Some people say that the dead haunt houses. I was afraid that you would haunt that one. Afraid to hear your voice if I stared at it for too long. Alex moved into this place with his new girlfriend about a year ago. He looked happy. Suburban homes aren't my thing, but I was relieved that he had finally left the apartment where the three of us had lived.
Ja, ist interessant, dass es diesmal nicht automatisch loopt, oder? Nee. Ist jetzt. Müssen wir vor diesem Hintergrund auch ihr Shirt eigentlich interpretieren? Die Sonne ist tot? Die Sonne ist gestorben?
When I learned that Alex and Pauline were moving in together, I thought he had turned the page. Do you want to know what I felt? It's complicated.
Yeah.
I think I was impressed. Once more, your father had demonstrated that he was stronger than me, and I'd like to say that
It's complicated.
But in truth, I envied him.
Wir fangen mal bei ihm an.
I pictured Alex alone in his office, using his job as an excuse to play with your house. I found that pitiful. That didn't fit at all with the idea I had of him, always moving forward, never moping around. And then I realized that maybe he wasn't telling me everything about his feelings.
Ja, doch, für das Einmauern gibt es nur eine Soundmetapher. Ich habe mich vorhin tatsächlich im Bad gefragt, ob die auch das Fenster zugemauert hatten, aber nee.
Your father had everything. A new girlfriend, a nice house, his life on track. Meanwhile, I was over here, toiling, slowly crawling out of the hole. And I needed to see him, so he could comfort me. Just like before, I thought he owed me that.
Okay.
He started doing it at work, just so that he could meet his deadlines. Sometimes we did it together, at parties for fun. Oh, all right, I know it's bad, but when we knew that you were coming, we stopped. And that's why I was surprised to see some at his place last week.
Vielleicht meinten sie bei der Party doch kein Gras.
He tried to hide it, but I laughed in his face. I'm not his mom. Still, though, I thought to myself it was a bad sign. Alex looked gaunt. Not just because of the blow, it was like he'd been crying. I tried to talk to him, ask him how he was doing. He just dodged the question. So I insisted, but he said he wanted to show me something, and he started a video game. Something called Night Call. A murder mystery noir where you play a taxi driver. It was good, but it's hard to have a conversation with a controller in your hands.
Das stimmt, das doch. Gab's die Ebene vorhin schon? Nee, ne, die ist neu.
We had a great night in the end. We drank beers, we played, we laughed. And after a while, he asked me what I was doing there. Really, I thought about telling him the truth. But instead, I kissed him. I don't know what came upon me.
Night Call, gibt's das wirklich? Also ich weiß viele so ähnliche. Ist es das? Ich gucke das nach dem Stream nach. Oder ihr guckt das nach. Es gibt's wirklich? Okay.
He kissed me. And more. It was very nice. Much more intense than it used to be before. And it made me want to cry because that was way too late.
Ist tatsächlich auch interessant, dass diese Dynamik so diesen beiden so zugeschrieben wurde. So sie Trost, er Melancholie. Ich habe tatsächlich, glaube ich, noch gar nichts von diesem Entwickler gespielt. Also ich kann zwar Bury Me My Love, also so worum es geht, aber das ist so much too heavy.
Perhaps I threw away that house because I was jealous of Alex's new life. In fact, I might have wanted to show your father what he was losing by losing us. Perhaps I threw away the house to shake up Alex, to get a reaction from him, so he could be mad at me, so he could snap out of his lurch. Perhaps I threw away that house because I was mad at Alex. His whole stuck in nostalgia thing, I found it incredibly offensive. Perhaps I threw away that house because that was my gift to him. Perhaps I thought he needed this old relic out of his life. Like he needed me out of his life.
Feeling it.
I'm sure all of that contributed to my reaction, to a certain extent. I was jealous, a bit petty, conflicted, and on top of that, I was a dollhouse thief. But there was something else, something that really hurt me, and that I'm only understanding now. I was ashamed.
Es erinnert mich tatsächlich gerade an eine Begebenheit, aber ich weiß nicht, ob das der richtige Platz ist. Oh, hat sie es verstanden?
I came to demand support from Alex. I thought it was unfair that he was already happy again. But when I came across that dollhouse, I realized that he missed you as much as I did, which is actually why I threw it away. That's the reason. The dollhouse was proof that for years I had been blinded. I was ashamed to only realize now that he too was hurting.
Aber das ist natürlich schon echt hart, dass sie das nicht verstanden hat.
I understand your pain. Don't you think?
How is this possible? How did I not realize that he
Ja, man kann sowas ignorieren.
And how come he never told me about it? Well, how about you, Alex? Should we talk about that?
What? What do you mean?
How many times have we talked about Astrid together? About her death? Dozens of times? Hundreds, maybe?
That's because we needed to.
I needed that. That was the only thing I could talk about, and Alex was always there to listen to me. To check how I'm doing, to inquire about my feelings, to assess my needs, to ask if there was anything else he could do. And I never asked him any questions. Not a single one. Are you sure about that?
What do you mean, am I sure? You were devastated.
And you? How did you feel?
Come on, again with this shit. He's always trying to make me talk to. I don't have anything to say. What am I supposed to say?
There's no
Strategie aufgeflogen.
those feelings. That whole time when you finally got me to calm down and fall asleep? How did you feel? What did you think?
I don't know. I can't remember. Why are you dragging this up now?
Because I never thought to ask you back then.
Well, that's all right. I'm okay. I was okay. It's not your fault.
The fuck you are.
He's still doing it. He's still trying to protect me all the time. He needs to understand that things have changed. No, maybe not. Anyway, I probably wouldn't have listened to what you had to say. I was unable to. But now I'm thinking to myself that well, it wasn't fair. You know, I just realized something, and I'm so ashamed about it. You're hurt too, and that didn't even occur to me until now.
I was thinking about you.
Not about Astrid?
When I was alone at night, I was thinking about what I needed to do to help you get better. That's all I thought about. You needed me. That kept me going. And now that you're no longer here...
I lived in fear of everything for a long time. Fear of making the wrong choice, fear of making mistakes, fear of not being good enough, not smart enough. And Alex was an antidote against all these fears. He was acting like he didn't have wounds of his own. But I knew that he did. One day, for instance, he told me about his parents. They love each other the same as ever. They're very good together. For them, having a child just came as a natural step to their relationship. They were nice, patient, kind. They ticked all the boxes. But in the end, parenting, that wasn't their thing. I think that in spite of their best efforts, they don't give a flying fuck about me. Maybe that's the reason why he, on the other hand, cared so much about us. Maybe your hugs and my kisses were the things that helped him cope. You can take care of yourself. All this energy you expended for me was admirable, but it was also holding you captive. You're free now.
Free from what?
Free to face your own emotions and deal with them.
Ist nichts
Feel your own
Gutes.
pain.
You know, if I ever think too much about her, about how much I miss her, I have to stop. It makes me dizzy, it scares me. I'm pathetic.
Of course you're not. I understand.
I'm trying to live with it, you know? But missing you on top of missing her, it's too much. I need you.
Listen, Alex. How do I tell him?
Brutal, aber ehrlich.
It was very nice. But it was also completely stupid.
Don't say that. Why are you saying that?
You know why. We can't be doing this. Things are different between us now.
They don't have to be. Things could even be better.
Stop it.
You know I'm right. Deep down you know it. Everything that happened to us, it helped us. There was a reason. Even today we were able to say things to each other that we had never said before. Maybe all of this means we are supposed to come back together. Strong.
Bullshit.
Why?
What about Pauline?
Pauline is... great. I'll talk to her. It will be hard, but she'll understand.
Facepalm.
I understand that your crazy ex has suddenly decided to return after dumping you, after she killed your...
Don't even go there.
That's a really stupid idea, Alex. People don't change. And you know how I am.
I do. I've known since day one.
Ooh.
We met in high school as juniors. It feels like a lifetime ago. We only had one class in common. Film studies. And we had completely opposite tastes. But I immediately liked something about him. His high-speed internet. Back in the day, it was a precious gift.
Okay.
Especially in our podunk town.
Feeling
All of
you?
a sudden, you could pirate movies from all over the world. A dream.
Das erinnert mich an den alten Jürgen von der Lippe-Gag. Ging der noch? Irgendwie bla 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 bla, aber sie hatte eine menschliche Qualität. Und das war Schnittchen machen. Da musste ich gerade dran denken.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Piracy killed.
Nah.
Blah, blah.
Piracy
That's only
killed.
for the rich. When you're 16, you're poor, so it's okay. We spent hours on end in Alex's bedroom. I'm sure his parents thought we were having sex.
Wir haben nur Filme runtergeladen. Ich meine, das ist so, wie ich Anime kennengelernt habe. 240p Rep. Mein Gott. Ich erinnere mich noch dran, dass ich Donnie Darko runtergeladen habe und dachte, das wäre der heißeste Shit ever. Bisschen pretentious, der Film, aber nett ist er immer noch. Ich mag ihn immer noch. Der zweite Teil ist echt kacke. Guckt euch nicht erst Darko an. Das ist ein sehr schlimmer Film. So, ich habe nicht richtig zugehört, also klicke ich auf Sex. Oder sehe ich auf die Eltern?
They were a charming couple, always smiling. They let Alex do whatever he wanted. I was super jealous. We watched tons of movies, lying on his bed, chomping on candy. I was obsessed with film. It felt like discovering a new world. And when I requested a boring 3-hour movie, the next day we would play a video game. Actually, it's not as lame as it sounds, I promise.
Video games, awesome.
Don't you think about it? Don't you miss it? Don't you want everything to be just like before?
I think...
Da. Ich glaube, es gibt manche Sachen, die sind nicht zu retten. Sind schon so in ihrer Grundlage schief. Die muss man einfach hinter sich lassen. Ja, wahrscheinlich geht es jetzt auch darum.
Yes, I think I do.
No.
Too late.
Nein! Abbruch! Abbruch!
You really think so?
I know so.
I'm on my way then.
Like, now?
Yes? Shouldn't I?
Yes. Yes, come over.
Wait for me, I'm coming.
Ist das extra nicht ACAB? Warum nicht?
After all, why not?
Mir fallen 1000 Gründe ein.
Maybe I was just wrong about all this. That wouldn't be the first time I screwed up. The three of us were so happy together. Maybe Alex and I can still be happy.
Ich bin mal echt gespannt, was der Campbell symbolisiert. Hier typische Geschichten.
In life, you only have two ways out.
Eat or be eaten.
Or disappearing. But sometimes you're unable to disappear. And escaping from yourself, well, that sure ain't easy. So, when that happens, in your opinion, what's left to do? We can try to find out together if you want.
Wap.
When Diane and I were little, Mary would tell us bedtime stories. She would make up animal fables with all kinds of mystery and conflict. Savage world, she called it. Female wolves, bears, or scorpions would find themselves in imminent danger, but they could always manage it on their own, swindling and betraying boorish, idiotic males. Mary wanted us to be strong, courageous, and independent women, except it also made me a bit fearful of the world.
Erinnert mich gerade tatsächlich ein bisschen an eine Arbeitskollegin von vor 100 Jahren. Ich weiß gar nicht mehr, warum ich sie zu Hause besucht habe. Da wird irgendein gemeinsames Projekt, aber halt tatsächlich war halt auch alleinerziehende Mutter und hatte in ihrer Küche so einen, weiß nicht, ob es ein Metallschild war oder halt ein Plakat oder so, wo es halt auch darum ging, dass man im Leben nicht drauf, dass man in diesem Haushalt, glaube ich, nicht drauf wartet, dass man in diesem Haushalt nicht auf den Prinzen auf dem weißen Pferd wartet, irgendwie sowas in der Richtung. Dass man selber sein Leben in die Hand nimmt, irgendwie sowas. Das ist schon sehr lange her. Da muss ich jetzt nur gerade dran denken. Das ist mal ein 3D-Film, Leute. Guck mal, was für eine Tiefenwirkung das hier hat. Ist sie das selber nochmal?
Alex gifted me most of these books. It started as a joke, but as time passed, there were more and more.
Genau, scheiß auf den Prinz, ich will den Frosch. So, Thinking Fast and Slow. Bring the Funny. Save the Cat. Das ist total schlimm, die meisten dieser Bücher habe ich selber. Wahrscheinlich nicht hier, aber ich habe noch viel von meinen Sachen im Keller. Ah doch, da hinten ist Save the Cat, ganz hinten. Genau, den Hero with 1,000 Faces habe ich natürlich auch. Das hier habe ich nicht. Wie heißt denn das nochmal? Thinking Fast and Slow. Das kann ich nicht ganz einordnen, welches das ist. Bring the Furbies, genau.
Every time I had an issue, Alex would find the book to address it. Some of the worst titles, too. How to Win Friends and Influence People. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Who Moved My Cheese? I was reading them.
Den ersten hatte ich auch.
They still helped me move on. Alex would call it the emergency library. Every problem has a book, he said.
Das ist, wie man Freunde gewinnt und Leute beeinflusst, ist, glaube ich, eigentlich ein Sales-Buch, oder? Schnelles Denken, genau. Schnelles Denken, langsames Denken ist auch so ein Klassiker. Save the Cat ist auch total der Klassiker. Ist auch tatsächlich ein gutes Buch mit Screenwriting-Tipps. Also ich mochte es. Das hier kann ich nicht. Ich habe so ein ähnliches Buch, aber das ist, also vom Layout her, aber das ist halt wirklich ein deutsches Buch, eine deutsche Reihe. Ja, ich glaube, Miteinander reden von Friedemann Schulz von Thun. Das ist auch eine gute Serie. So für Selbstreflexion und sowas, innere Dynamiken. Das ist halt auch schön. Ja, wie man hier lesen kann. Ich wollte es jetzt nicht sagen. Das ist natürlich der Vorteil von 1440p, dass man ein paar Sachen lesen kann. Aber halt so, manche Leute gucken es ja auch auf dem Smartphone oder auf dem Tablet, deswegen war es jetzt kein überflüssiger Kommentar.
But when I found myself alone, the library didn't work anymore.
Autofahrt without getting caught. Ich glaube, wenn sie alleine, da sie tatsächlich alleine hier wohnt, ist das nicht das Problem. Super Fawn. Super Fawn.
At first, I stayed in the apartment for days. I wouldn't go outside. I barely recognized my own voice when I opened the door for food deliveries. I could have disappeared. No one would have known. Yet, amid the silence, if you listen carefully, you can hear some things. The air traveling through the lungs, the bowels gurgling, the teeth grinding, even a heart beating. That much is clear now. In fact, Alex and Marie are like two sides of the same coin for me. Alex was my crutch, my unwavering support. I came to believe that I would crumble without him. Marie was a model of strength, of courage, and determination. Everyone admires her, but she is completely unattainable. And I was dependent on her as much as him. Unable to manage on my own, but that was before.
Das spielt jetzt nach deren Trennung, ne?
I guess you understand now, my little fawn. Your dad and I separated. And for the first time in my life, I was living alone. At 34 years old, I had no idea how to do that. And he didn't fix everything. But come to think of it, it may be the reason I began looking for who I really was.
Super Fawn. Cup.
I lived surrounded with cardboard boxes for months. I was unable to open them. It was physically impossible, but it didn't bother me much. I've never been a homemaker anyway. Also, if I had an off day, I could always blame it on those boxes. Instead of blame it on the life that was put away in those boxes.
Hey, immerhin steht dein Fernseher nicht auf einer Box. So, I've seen worse. Lived worse.
Do you remember this cup? Every morning you would drink your hot cocoa from it. I had to take it out of the dishwasher so many times. You wanted nothing else. It was in a box for a while. I thought about it, sometimes when I thought about you. It was there. One day I pulled it out of one of the boxes. I wanted a hot cocoa, and it slipped out of my hands.
No. Ich lasse es mal ausspielen.
My heart skipped a beat in that moment. I held my breath for 1 second. And then... nothing. I just picked up the pieces one by one and threw them in the garbage.
Das ist tatsächlich noch klebbar.
I was a monster for not feeling devastated. But now I know that I'm not. I stayed strong. And it turns out that being able to do that changed everything. That day I realized that I was strong and that I could do it alone.
Wuff, wuff. Cool.
I think I just figured out why I love movies so much. When I was a teenager, my life didn't seem real. I couldn't say for sure that I existed, but in movies, people had pure and intense emotions. I loved that. Any fiction was a documentary to me. When I found myself alone, I fell back into that zone. I watched hundreds of movies, obscure comedies, blockbusters, absurd schlock. I was looking for a template that would explain to me how to feel. Except it didn't work this time. I needed more.
More? Das ist fies, dass man immer an diesem Moment vorbei muss. Ich will den Hund noch mal hören. Doggo? Da ist er. Wir haben den Doggo gefunden. Er ist nicht spielrelevant, aber ich wollte ihn noch mal hören.
From the day you died, I had been sleeping a lot. I was still tired when I woke up, but at least you'd passed the time. Then everything changed. Sleeplessness kicked in. I spent my nights trying to understand, what am I still...
Boah, Horror. Das ist echt Horror, wenn so viel in einem vorgeht, dass man keinen Schlaf findet. Das ist wirklich, wirklich fies. Yep.
Then, I understood. I turned on my computer and I started typing. Not a soap opera episode, like I was writing before you died. It was something personal. And I think it was important. A movie script. A beautiful, kind of sad story. It could be a nice feature if I ever finish it one day. I was surprised to feel the desire to write. But now I understand how priceless it was. It allowed me to switch roles. I was no longer the grieving mother, or the young divorcee, or the daughter of. I was writing. I was becoming an author. I was inventing a reality that was just as valid as another.
Das ergibt eine Menge Sinn. Bevor ich wieder rauszoome, ja, wir können uns den Doggo noch mal anhören. Ich wollte nur sicher gehen, dass wir hier nichts verpassen. Nein. Wusch, 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 wusch.
You know, I was telling the truth earlier when I said that there were only two ways out in life. But whether you escape or disappear, in the end you're doing the same thing. Now I understand that I had to find another way. And
Interessant.
complete solitude allowed me to face the void and to rewrite myself. It was the only way for me to change completely from the ground up.
Don't you want everything to be just like before?
Wir müssen mal ganz kurz ums Eck. Haben Sie eventuell 2 Liter schwarzen Tee getrunken? We will never know. Also ich muss zu diesem Punkt echt sagen, mich überrascht doch, wie tief dieses Spiel geht. Weil ich hatte echt nicht erwartet, dass es einfach wirklich voll von so viel Selbstreflexion ist. Also Respekt.
Alex and I can reinvent ourselves. I know that we can. But that's going to require a lot more work. I would love for things to work out that way, Alex. Just like in the movies. But the scene when they get back together, the happy end, we all know that's not happening. Too bad. You're at least as sexy as Ryan Gosling.
Süß.
Yeah. And I definitely have better abs.
I noticed that the other day. Is that new?
See? You're missing out.
I'm sorry things ended the way they did between us. I left because I was losing my bearings. And I felt like you were also going off track. You know, trying to convince us that we would be okay.
I was trying to help you.
That's the problem. You couldn't have. I was too sad. I was unable to listen. I couldn't keep leaning so much on you. I couldn't stand it. I had reached a breaking point. If I didn't make a big change, I would have... But I was not allowed to die. I had no right. So
Tag,
I tried.
aber nachvollziehbar. No.
All the people who matter to me have something in common. They all taught me that I could live without someone else. Marie taught me that I could live without a father, that I could exist as a woman in a world created for men. But she never taught me what it was like to be loved. Alex taught me that I could live without Marie. All of a sudden, I was worth more than I thought, and she much less than I thought. But what he loved the most about me was that he could be there for me. I don't hold it against him. We are who we are. He loved me, but he didn't help me love myself. And then you were there, and you taught me the most important thing. You taught me that I could live, even without Marie, even without Alex, even without you. Without you.
You know, I changed too.
I believe you, Alex.
So don't you think it may be a good time to try again?
We can't try again if we're strangers to each other.
Wow. That's a Nobel Wisdom Prize right there.
Süß.
That's not even a
Schön.
thing.
Exactly.
You know... Oh, I don't know if I should tell him this, but...
Ehrlich?
I will always love you. And oftentimes I think to myself that we could start something new. We'd hop in the car and road trip through Ardèche. I would take off my flip-flops and rest my bare feet on the dashboard. And you would yell at me because that's nasty.
That is definitely nasty.
Oh, nastier than your damn Tupperware up in the fridge?
Nastier than your clumps of hair in the bathroom sink?
Probably not. But then I realized that all of these are memories. Some are good, many are, but some are dreadful. Those memories with you, they're too much to handle. Which means I don't have a choice. I have to leave it all behind. You understand?
Oh, so viel Wahrheit.
Last week to me, that was just like before.
Alex? Are you still there?
Es wird auch mal Zeit, dass du was rauslässt, Alex.
Marie had this weird rule back home. You only get to cry once. It didn't matter the reason, from bike falls to headaches to world hunger. She had this theory that there are two reasons one might cry. Either from surprise, when life sucker punches you, or from cowardice, when you give up on fighting back. You only get to cry once from surprise, she used to say. And there is no time for cowardice. Well, I think she forgot that there was a third possibility. Sometimes you cry because you've mustered up the courage to look at life how it is. Oh, if you're crying, I'm going to cry too. You'll never beat me at this game. I have a lot of
Oh. Schnüff.
Oh crap, Junon, I'm so sorry. You don't owe me anything. I guess I should leave you alone.
Yeah, well, I
Sympathietränchen.
exactly made it easy for you.
But I'm not doing well, okay? Really, I'm not.
Wow. You don't get these heartfelt moments from him, ever. Since I left?
Let me show you something.
He wants to video chat. Oh, wow. This is, Did I ever tell you the story of the lookout? It's a very special place for us. We were driving, Alex, you and I. It was a really hot day. You had to be 2.5, maybe a bit more. You were already very bright, and you spoke very well. You were always cracking jokes, too. So when you told me your tummy was hurting, I didn't really believe you. I remember clearly thinking, oh, she's okay. And then hearing the sound, like snow falling from the top of a roof on the first warm day. Except it wasn't snow. It was the worst pile of vomit I had ever smelled. When he saw your face in the rear view, Alex knew he had to stop immediately.
Was mich am meisten fasziniert, ein Kind von 2,5 Jahren, das Witze erzählen kann. Weil das dauert echt lange, bis man versteht, wie Witze funktionieren. Halt diese ganze Timing-Sache und so. Das ist nicht einfach. Kluges Kind.
He spotted some kind of rest area on the side of the road. But in the time it took for us to get there, the stench was so strong in the car, we could hardly breathe. I didn't
Kinderkotze.
wait for the car to stop. I jumped out, went for your door, and squeezed you against me. I didn't care if I got dirty. I just wanted you to feel good. I thought it was my fault. I should have listened to you. Your forehead was hot. It could be serious. I carried you out to the banister on the end of the clearing and laid you on the grass. Your face was pale and your eyes were bulging, and you started screaming. Oh, dear. You were vomiting, looking up, staring in the distance, screaming,
Oh dear!
Baby.
Oh dear! Oh dear! And I didn't understand. I kept asking you, what's wrong, baby? Patting your back, pulling your hair away from your face.
Sie hat ein Reh gesehen?
And there was a pit growing in my stomach and my eyes were welling up. I was terrified, and your dad was terrified. You were smiling. You pointed in front of you. Oh dear!
Kids erzählen witzig, nur sie witzig finden. Ja, genau. Der Versuch an sich ist, was es komisch macht, ja. Der wusste noch nicht, warum was witzig ist, aber der hat super schnell raus, worüber man mal lachen muss. Okay, ja. Ist auch natürlich eine Art, die halt wirklich das Timing rauszufinden. Worüber lachen die Leute? Wie funktioniert das? Genau. ALB, natürlich. Ein Reh. Gut übertragen. Auch wenn das Kind natürlich, wenn es wirklich schon so gut spricht, aber es ist ein typischer Kinderfehler.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! So we turned around, and on the other side of the banister, there was a cliff going straight down. And down below, there was a prairie stretching between two leafy bushes, and in the middle of the prairie, there was a deer!
Ich weiß echt nicht, ob ich da drauf gekommen wäre. Respectful Small Clap. Für die Untertitel.
I could have written this whole scene. He was standing tall beneath the sunset, as if holding it with his antlers. And he was looking at us, completely stunned. He was magnificent. Alex took a picture with his cell phone. And you kept repeating, "A deer, a deer," clapping your hands when he finally jumped out into the bushes. Ah, we were in a daze, you know. We couldn't believe the beauty of what we'd just seen. And then you vomited one last time on your dad's shoes. And that day,
Stilsicher.
I became the world's greatest deer fan. My little deer.
Jetzt denke ich gerade an das Tierfest in Alan Wake.
What are you doing over there?
Do you recognize the place?
Of course I do. I'll never forget the lookout.
Every time I take this road, I have to stop. The other drivers don't get it, of course. They ask me if I need assistance, if I broke down or something. I'm just trying to enjoy the view. It's so beautiful. Today I came here just for that.
Why the sudden rush of nostalgia? Did you see the deer again?
No. I never saw the deer again. I'll never see the deer again. And that really sucks.
Alex? You're scaring me a bit. You don't look well.
I'm not well. You were right, you know. This whole time I thought I was helping you. I thought you needed me so you wouldn't crumble. But that was a goddamn lie. I was the one who needed you. Even before Astrid died, I needed you. Helped Junon with her tyrannical mother, helped Junon with her screenwriting career.
Hab ich ja gesagt.
Happy? A good one. It was easier for me to think you had issues. But I was the goddamn issue.
It can't be easy for him to realize this, but he has to. At least I hope so. You're not an issue, Alex.
And still you got out as soon as you had the chance. I know you can be forgetful when it suits you, but that's pushing it.
Amnesien?
I remember getting in the car with you. I remember waking up in the hospital with Alex by my side. But what happened in between, it's a black hole for me.
Ist das tatsächlich noch ein Mysterium?
Apparently that's pretty common. During extreme events, your brain does not generate memories. It's too busy surviving. I survived, which I guess means that my brain worked really well. But since then, it's been mulling over this one question. Was it all my fault? I was half expecting your dad to hold it against me one day, anyway. But it doesn't hurt any less.
Stimmt, das haben wir ja auch gar nicht so geklärt, oder? Der Unfall wirklich ihre Schuld war?
That was really shitty.
I'm sorry. I'm just tired and sad. Do you want to know why I don't think about Astrid? The real reason? When I think about her, I say things to myself that hurt too much. That I will never see her again. That I will never hear her voice again. That I will never carry her to bed in my arms. How am I supposed to live with that?
If only I had the answer to that question. It takes time.
Yeah, that's it. It takes time. Except the more time passes, the worse it gets. And I'm getting tired of waiting.
What are you saying? Alex, what are you saying?
This place is as beautiful as ever, you know? Really beautiful. Bye, June. Good luck.
Alex, don't... Alex! Alex!
Muss ich an dieser Stelle... Habe ich ein Telefon sehr Sorge Command. Das wäre der Moment. Ihr könnt selber googeln.
I have a really bad feeling about this. Alex is strong, but... He didn't look well. I've never seen him like this. I could be imagining this, but if anything happens to him, I will never forgive myself.
Warum hat sie endlich eine Zahnbürste dabei? Noch mehr Feuerzeug? Das ist wieder so eine Zusammenfasserinnerung.
You did what?
Oh, come on. I panicked. I just felt like something shady was about to happen. If you think I had any time to think. And also, I was drunk as a skunk, so...
You're insane? Completely insane?
You really think so?
Yeah. This is $3,000 whiskey. You could at least have saved me a glass.
So stupid.
Tatsächlich ist das ein Argument. Ich hätte ihn auch gerne probiert.
I never felt the need to lie to your father. I always told him everything, because I felt like he understood me. I can't just ignore other people's judgment. I'm not strong enough. But with Alex, I never felt judged.
Spiel will, dass wir uns den Doggo nochmal anhören.
Right. You settled?
No.
More or less.
And what are you up to? Are you writing again?
Shoot, Jan, how did you know?
Lady, this isn't rocket science. You're just like Mom.
It's not rocket surgery.
Why do you think Alex has been pushing you all these years? You're the only one who's unaware that you're an artist.
For a long time, I thought Alex was pushing me to write out of mercy, because he thought that it would somehow fill a void in my life. It never occurred to me that maybe I was actually talented, and that he had figured it out.
Oh Mann. Raus oder rein? Okay, natürlich die Richtung, die ich nicht gehe.
Do you remember the first time we made love?
How could I forget? Your arm got stuck as you took your shirt off, and you just stood there with your boobs out. That picture is forever etched in my memory. Beautiful.
Were you ever gonna come to my help?
Certainly not. I had waited so long for that moment. I was relishing it.
I will always love your father, you know. Forever. Being able to strip naked, completely naked, and feeling good anyway, that's rare. I hope that I will experience this feeling again one day with someone else. But I'm happy to have known that once in my life already. With him.
Relationship goals.
It's time to say goodbye to your dad, I guess. I mean, farewell to us. I can no longer be with him because your absence would take up too much space. And also because I realize now that our relationship had something kind of unhealthy. But that doesn't take away from who he is, or from what he gave me. Our story together is ending, but each of us still exists. And we're even stronger than before, because we've grown up. Ready for a better rest of our lives. Shaken, transformed, rattled, but unbroken.
How am I supposed to live with that?
Today it's your dad who feels like his heart is in a million pieces. And this time, I'm the one who can help him understand that it's not all broken. I don't know. What happened to us was as unfair as it gets. I understand why it looks impossible to overcome. But I also know that you will find a way. That's who you are, Alex. You always find solutions. I'm actually trying to learn that from him.
Gare du Nord.
Do you remember my stalker?
What are you talking about?
The guy on Facebook who used to send me dick pics throughout the day? You told me you would take care of it, and I was scared it would end up badly.
It did end badly. For him.
I still have no idea how you found his mom and his dad's home address. I would have loved to see their faces when they unrolled their kids' dick poster size.
It wasn't cheap, but it was worth it.
You'll be all right, Alex. Sometimes you need to let go of things you thought would be forever. But you're still here, unbreakable. And to be honest, Pauline is totally Eva Mendes.
Come on, you're stupid. You know I'm not actually Ryan Gosling, right?
Just let me live my fantasies, please.
Thank you, Junon. Do you think it was damaging, us being together?
Die großen Fragen.
To each other or to ourselves?
Das ist tatsächlich auch schon eine Frage, über die ich nachgedacht habe. Häufig. Ich weiß nicht, was man sagt, weil es da nicht steht.
We did what we could.
I would have loved to know another way.
Yeah, but it makes sense that we can only now understand these things. I think that's called growing up.
I'm sorry for what I said about Marie. I hope she gets better.
It's okay, Alex. I'm not going to blame you for always being on my side.
You know, you should go see her in our room. 'Cause you never know
You're right. Of course he's right. Then why is it so hard?
Junon, I need to tell you something. I know that you don't remember the accident, and I know you can't help it. And I know it's not fair, but I resent you for that. And it scares me.
I'd like to believe that knowing what happened that day wouldn't change a thing. But I know that's not true. Because there are only two options. Either my daughter is dead, or I killed my daughter. Scares.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel really angry. I think that not knowing is driving me crazy. So if one day you do remember something, anything really, please tell me.
I don't know if I will, but I'll try, Alex.
Mehr kann man nicht versprechen.
You don't owe me a thing, June. You already gave me the best years of my life.
Damn! Pulitzer Prize for wisdom!
No. I'm competing in the bad shit conclusion Olympics.
Bad shit conclusion. Ja, finde ich gut.
I've got to go, June.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
What? No way. I would never. Did I sound that depressed to you?
A little bit, yeah. But I could be projecting.
I just need to... I'm going to call Pauline, actually. Say hi to Diane for me. And... good luck with your mom. It's going to be okay.
I think so too. I'll talk to you soon, Alex. Whew. What a conversation. But I think it really helped us. Really. Why couldn't we talk like this before? That depends on what before we're talking about here. Before you were born? Before you died? Or before we split up?
Das ist alles interessant.
Before you were born, we were kind of lost. I felt like I didn't exist, like I didn't know why I was here. I was a little bit depressed, I think. A lot, actually. Then you came, and everything changed. I miss you a lot, you know? Hey, what are you doing here? Did you follow me? It's forbidden to be here. Hey, wait! Where are these kids' parents? Come back! That could be dangerous! Oof! I haven't run this much since high school. Hey! Can you hear me? Hello? This kid, I swear. Anyone here? There she is. What is she up to? Hey, get down from there! It's dangerous!
Don't worry, Mom. It's fine.
No, no, no. I've got to get out of here. Seriously though, what is happening? Am I going crazy? What happened that day? There's no way I forgot everything. It's gotta be there somewhere. But it's still such a blur.
Will you be sticking around this time, or are you gonna run away again?
Sieht ja schon ganz schön groß aus.
What the hell is happening?
Hey, what's up with the curse words?
So, ja gut, jetzt nicht mehr so.
Did you just hear what I was thinking?
Are you surprised? You've been talking to me in your head for years. Was I supposed to leave you hanging forever?
Is it really you?
Nope. It couldn't possibly be the real me, seeing how I'm, you know, dead.
Darf ich dich Harvey nennen?
Used to say, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. Just make sure you think before you ask.
Listen here, Missy. That's enough sass from you. I can still bust your ass even if you're a ghost or whatever.
I'm not a ghost. At least, I don't think so. Let's just say that I'm here. Isn't that good enough?
It's more than good enough, my little fawn. This is the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. Probably the most worrying thing.
Gut, Selbstreflexion.
Am I really scaring you right now?
Hey, don't do that. Did nobody teach you it's rude to read people's minds?
How about you stop thinking and talk to me instead?
I'm so happy to see you.
So am I. And I think you're very pretty.
Oh, thank you, little fawn. I only sleep about 5 hours a night. My hair is so dirty that it won't budge even if I untie it. And I'm smoking more than the Amazon rainforest under Bolsonaro.
I've noticed. That's very bad, by the way. That stuff kills, Mom.
Oh Gott, ich merke gerade, was ich spontan wählen wollte und ich tue es einfach.
Would that be so bad?
Lame! If you really were gonna kill yourself, wouldn't you have done it by now?
You're pretty sharp for an imaginary kid.
Come on, let's check out what's upstairs. Oh, wow. The view's really nice.
Astrid.
Mein erster Gedanke war, dass wir vorsichtig sein müssen, weil da oben gerade der Geisterdetektiv und der Geisterarzt miteinander dealen.
I'm sorry, Astrid.
Sorry for what?
You know.
I have no idea. I don't read minds anymore. My mom raised me better than that.
That's cute, little fawn. I'm so sorry about... That wasn't a joke.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just... Do you remember what happened?
Of course I do. I was driving you to Mina's birthday party. And...
Okay, I know that. But how did it happen? See? That's why I was laughing. You totally forgot how it happened. For all you know, we were struck by a meteor through the windshield or something. So I ask again. Why are you sorry?
Stop it. I know what you're trying to do, but whatever happened, it was me, Astrid. It was my fault.
All right. You're not ready to talk. You need more time to think.
So irgendwie grausam, die Szene.
Come back. Need more time to think. What did she mean by that? What am I even talking about? I'm mulling over my dead daughter's imaginary advice. I'm going off the deep end here. I'm starting to remember, but it's still so blurry. As if I didn't really want. What the hell am I afraid of?
Tim mal auf das Armaturenbrett geguckt? Auf die Geschwindigkeit? Ich glaube, es ist nur ein Asset, aber...
What does it mean to be a mother? Is it being 100% focused on your child? Is it always knowing what to do? Never having any doubt? Is it sacrificing your ambitions? If you do all that, are you automatic?
Oh, das Vogeldings.
And what if you don't manage it? Does that make you a bad mom? I've asked myself all of these questions a lot. Do you want to try and find an answer together? Good mom? Bad mom?
You tried.
Maybe I should start with telling you the fun moments.
Ich glaube, man kann sich tatsächlich einfach nur Mühe geben.
I was so fired up by your birth. I felt like I was high on drugs. I was taking care of you, working, seeing friends. I was living. Alex and I even became involved in politics. We were trading weekends to attend climate marches. I was ready to fight to make a change in the world. It kind of came out of nowhere. I was feeling gunky and I was a bit late, so I decided to take a test without putting too much stock into it. And can you imagine the surprise?
Sorry.
I'll admit that back then, I didn't know whether I would be pregnant one day. In my head, there were a ton of reasons why I wouldn't be. I could be infertile. Maybe my hips weren't built properly. I would probably have a bunch of miscarriages. And especially, I was not up to the task of becoming a mother.
Ja, ist da schon.
As soon as I saw the test, my head exploded, my little fawn. I was happy. Just happy. Nothing else. It was an incredible feeling.
Das ist mal 3D. Die haben alle so awesome 3D-Displays.
That was the year before you were born. Alex had been on my ass to get in touch with the friend of a cousin of one of his friends who was a producer. Anyway, I was supposed to schedule a meeting with him during the next Cannes festival. I wasn't planning on going to Cannes at all. But I did what I was told. I managed to slip into a party where I eventually met the guy, and it worked out. Yeah. We spent the night smoking cigs, sounding off about the worst turkeys from the festival. And a few weeks later, I was writing a spec for a series.
Schönes Vögelchen, Mobile. So.
Thus, within the span of a year, I delivered 2 babies. Astrid, in January, just over 8 pounds, hungry as a wolf, and a mug to die for. And then, my first professional screenplay in August. 47 pages. A veritable leap forward in my career. All of a sudden, things just fell into place. I was a screenwriter. I was getting paid for writing. Sure, it was a crappy series, but
Immerhin, aber
third paid
ja,
very well.
wollte schon sagen.
So proud of everything that was happening to me. And at the same time, I lost sleep over it for weeks.
Hatten sie Stretch deswegen?
Because there were some dark thoughts too. The ones your light could not dispel. $58. That's the same as
Ah,
8 plane trips to New
Entschuldigung.
York and back. Or burning 50 tons of coal. Having a baby in this world, as everything was collapsing around us, that was a stupid idea. You didn't really get the chance to witness it, but this is a funny time we're living in. Imagine having an incredible daughter and a job you've wanted forever, and then you get glued to a screen, and it bums you out. I would see people on social
Get off Twitter.
You know, people I would never even have heard of in real life. And they were great parents, great artists, working on great stuff, having great success. Everybody seemed way ahead of me. And it felt like it was my fault for being so behind. How dared I aspire to being happy?
Ah, da ist das Vögelchen,
A
mobile.
couple of months before you were born, Marie showed up with a cardboard box
No.
under her arm. She had found
Das
them.
ist aber auch hübsch.
When I was preparing for your arrival, I hung it above your crib. After you were born, I would spend hours watching it turn every time you breathed. It was always moving, finding its balance. Wonderful. Alive. Just like you, and also so fragile. Way too delicate. A mere gust of wind could have shattered it to a million pieces. Just like you. I found it adorable that Marie came to bring us this mobile. And yet, I was scared when I learned I was pregnant. I was scared at the mere idea of telling her. It was beyond me. I panicked. So I decided to hide you for as long as I could. Obviously, she eventually noticed that I was pregnant. And her reaction was unexpected.
Ja, ich habe tatsächlich mal ein interessantes Statement dazu. Dazu in einem, ich glaube, es war tatsächlich in einem Podcast oder in einem Artikel oder keine Ahnung mal dazu gehört. So, warum Leute ungern erzählt haben, dass sie schwanger sind. So. Da muss ich ja zugeben, dass ich Sex hatte. Das erzähle ich doch nicht gerne anderen Leuten. Das fand ich ein interessantes Statement dazu.
She was jumping for joy. Why had I been so scared? It seemed so silly. I know breastfeeding while on a cell phone isn't exactly what you picture from a perfect mother. Well, that only happened once. Or maybe twice. Or a bunch of times, actually. I loved connecting with you, you know? It was a magnetic force. Time disappeared when I looked into your eyes. But sometimes I was overwhelmed by everything else. The earth that keeps on spinning, the anxiety of not doing enough, projects at a standstill while others are going full speed, and then the fear that it would all stop. That's always a little bit there. But I think I was stronger than that in the end. Oh, wow. I just remembered something that happened years ago. I guess I was 16 or 17 years old. I was in my room, staring at this mobile instead of doing my homework. I don't know why I'd kept it hung to the ceiling up to that day. Marie was in the next room, the living room, giving an interview. It was a first. I overheard her talking to the journalist with a soft voice. She was obviously trying to win her over. It was funny at first. She was giving all these juicy details about the crazy nights of a female artist in the 80s. And then she said she got pregnant after one of those nights. And at that time, she seriously thought about giving up the child. And suddenly, I understood that that child, the one she didn't want, that mistake, that was me.
Hart es so erfahren zu müssen. No. Cutie Baby. Das Witzige ist ja, dass wirklich eine 3D-Szene in dieses Handy zu bauen, ist ja viel schwieriger, als dort einfach nur eine Textur drauf zu pappen. Also es ist tatsächlich eine interessante künstlerische Wahl. Das zieht natürlich besonders Aufmerksamkeit auf sich.
For me, being a mom was one of the greatest joys in my life. I wanted to feel you growing inside of me and then meet you and live all that, the whole experience. And writing was the same. I really wanted to do it, and then I actually did. I wanted these things. I bore them and I cherished them. But I struggled with them too, because I was scared. I had doubts, but really most of all I had this lingering feeling that maybe I shouldn't have been there. And when I lost you, and writing had lost its meaning, that feeling came back with a vengeance. This feeling, this knowledge that whatever I do, it is not enough.
Why are you sorry?
Jochen schreibt gerade, es ist gar nicht so viel schwieriger heutzutage. Ja, es ist natürlich ist es immer eine, also ich sag mal, auch wenn du jetzt sagst, es ist gar nicht mehr so kompliziert, da noch sozusagen noch so ein Viewpoint reinzubauen. Ich meine, es haben auch schon in den 90ern Spiele geschafft, das so zu basteln, deswegen wird es heute wahrscheinlich easy sein, aber man muss halt eine 3D-Szene bauen. Ja, das war auf jeden Fall eine künstlerische Entscheidung, ja. Obwohl, hätten sie wahrscheinlich so oder so machen müssen, ne? Du musst die Szene bauen, abfotografieren und so. Wahrscheinlich gab es so diesen einen Moment in der Entwicklung, wo sie die Szene gebaut hatten, von dem sie ein Foto machen wollten, um das als Textur auf das Handy zu packen, wo sie sich sagten, nein, ich behalte meine schöne 3D-Szene und ich packe die auf dieses Display.
It's hard to be a good parent when you're a damaged adult. You become responsible for a life. That requires courage, confidence, and a lot of nerve. And it's really easy to get it wrong.
What does that mean?
How can I explain? For the first few months of your life, you were like an extension of me. You couldn't talk, you couldn't walk, you could barely see, actually. And I was feeding you out of my own body.
Yuck.
Yeah, yuck. Having your life in my hands. That funny feeling. That's what being a mom was all about to me. And then one day... you got sick. It just looked like a cold at
Not projecting on childhood. Maria hat Mo.
Alex would wash your nose twice a day with saline. Pulling neon yellow snot tentacles out of your nose amused him no end. I couldn't do it.
Then, things got worse. One Friday night, I was alone with you. You started having difficulty breathing. You were in the living room, stacking wooden cubes, and I just kept staring at your chest. You were struggling to get enough air into your lungs. I tried copying your breathing, and I got woozy. It set my head spinning.
So, what did you do?
I wrapped you in a baby carrier and I ran outside. It was the fall. I remember the ground being littered with sticky leaves. I called Alex on the way, but he couldn't understand me. I could hardly speak clearly. I was so scared that you were going to die. And when I got to the doctor's office, I was a mess. The doctor asked me what was wrong with you, and I said that you were having difficulty breathing, and he was so calm. He didn't want to smash his teeth in. He asked me to put you down on the examination table and
Das kann ich mir so richtig vorstellen.
your breathing. And when he got close to you with his stethoscope,
What happened?
you peed on him.
Excuse me?
This beautiful golden stream, a perfect arc from your hoo-ha to his coat.
Awkward.
Well, you didn't mind at the time. You were chirping and staring at him. And he said, well, this little girl looks perfectly healthy. And I started crying.
Well, yeah, you must have been relieved.
I thought so at the time. But it was more than that. I can see it now. The most important part of being a parent, and also the hardest lesson to learn. You need to trust your children.
Trust them to pee on doctors?
Trust them to live. You weren't there so I could feel like a good mother. You were there to live your life, to become yourself. Seems obvious, doesn't it? But I didn't see it. So I spent a lot of my time feeling guilty. Telling myself that I didn't deserve you.
What? I don't believe it. I was your biggest fan, you know?
Really?
Of course. You were relentless. You even found the time to work on your scripts. You were working your ass off to make your stories amazing while you were busy taking care of me. How did you manage to be strong like that?
Ja, ich finde, man kann ehrlich sein. Manchmal ist es auch einfach scheiße schwierig.
It was really hard. I almost gave up so many times. My career wasn't going where I wanted, certainly not as fast as I wanted, but I held on. I was just happy to write. After years of writer's block, everything unlocked, all at once. I think it was your arrival that liberated me somehow. Every morning was magical. I'd grab you in my arms. You'd smile back. You trusted me. I had no more doubt, no more questions. I knew exactly who I was. No one had ever looked at me that way. What an incredible gift.
It's just a shame you spent your best years writing for soap opera.
Wow. You do a great Marie impression.
So schlimm ist Rooftop Prince gar nicht.
What is?
All of this, me talking to you right now. Also, just look at this sky. You usually only get these kinds of sunsets in Hollywood movies. Marie is on death's door, and I'm out here chatting with my daughter's ghost?
I told you I'm not a ghost. And I love chatting with you, just getting to know you better.
It's a little late for that, don't you think?
It's never too late for a good story. That's what you always said.
Das stimmt.
I say a lot of stupid stuff.
And if you'd written down half the ones you taught me at bedtime, you'd be rich. Do you remember the one with the horse tribe that does karate?
Was? Ninja Palooza?
Ninja Palooza?
Was?
Yeah, it was so good. And the duck who kept solving crimes around the farm while drunk.
Okay. Würde ich auf jeden Fall sehen. Würde ich sowas von sehen.
Inspector Drunkass.
Inspector Drunkass.
A lot better than Marie's books of Russian folk tales.
Those books were a snooze fest.
Right?
Then why did you hug her so hard every time she bought you a new set?
Because you can be a child and still know how to be diplomatic. Where are you up to with your script?
I haven't looked at it in ages.
Is your job for Grandma taking too much time?
Ninja-Pferde und Inspektor Drunkbrat. Ich wähle diese Antworten einfach spontan.
Everything I write sucks.
Oh, come on! Stop it! The whole tortured artist thing doesn't suit you.
And, to be honest, I'm not too fond of the whole petulant tween thing. I liked it better when you were 4 years old.
Das sagen alle Eltern.
Give me a spanking?
Oh, I suppose you're too old for that. Oh, you've grown up so much. A proper mini Astrid Hofferson.
Astrid Hofferson? Who's that?
Nein, ich möchte die Geschichte hören.
It's a long story.
No, I'm invested.
My favorite kind.
Okay, but I know you, so you can't interrupt me, okay?
Okay.
When I was pregnant, I spent a lot of time at home. And I used that time to watch a lot of movies.
All thanks to me.
Yay.
Exactly. You weren't even born yet, but I already loved you.
More
so
movies.
much. Except one day,
Video games.
went down.
Ah.
So,
Dun,
I
dun,
was forced to
dun.
comb through your father's nerdy DVDs. And the best I could find was this cartoon.
Now hold on a second. What's wrong with cartoons?
The opinions of a Peppa Pig fan mean nothing to me. Although, you are right. It was really good.
What was it? What was it about?
It was called How to Train Your Dragon. It was about dragons.
I love dragons.
Jeder liebt Drachen.
I don't. Dragons are tacky.
What?
There was this great character in the movie.
Astrid Hofferson.
No interrupting.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, Astrid Hofferson. She was a young and courageous Viking. Her belt was made of skulls.
So
Nice.
cool. So she's the hero?
Ich glaube, alle Anspielungen in diesem Film, diesem Spiel gibt's wirklich.
Just because he has a shitty father. Let's not forget, the movie was written by a bunch of Hollywood guys. But still, Astrid is a great character. Especially because she has a really useful asset.
Aha.
She's not afraid to change her mind.
Superkraft.
The tribe has always hated dragons. However, when she meets one, within like 30 seconds, she understands that he's cool. Do you realize how much courage that takes?
I guess change is always hard.
Very hard. But maybe a little bit less so if you learn how to do it when you're young. And she's also really supportive of Harold, the idiot hero. When he's doubting himself, she's there for him. Not to snuggle, though. Quite the reverse. She shakes him up. She chews him out. All of this leading up to the realization that he can make it on his own. I thought that was beautiful. I told your dad that night and he laughed. He said he'd always loved that character too.
And that's why my name is Astrid?
It is.
Süß.
We were hoping you would become a warrior, a rebel, sensitive and smart. Someone like Astrid Hofferson.
Someone like you.
Koffer Hoffersen.
Don't be modest. You've done pretty well so far.
Wait, What do you mean by so far?
Well, with Auntie Jan and Dad. You struggled for a bit, but eventually you managed to find the right words. That was impressive.
Oh, not really.
No. Und mal ehrlich, es gibt nicht viele, welche offen sind, ihre Meinung zu überdenken. Nein. Und das ist sehr, sehr traurig. Weil es gibt ja diesen Spruch, Meinungen sind wie Arschlöcher, jeder hat eins. Und ich hatte in meinem Leben schon eine Menge wirklich beschissene Meinungen. Also, ich sage immer, ich bin froh, dass es noch nicht so viel Internet gab, als ich Jugendlicher war, weil ich wäre wahrscheinlich voll der Gamer-Gator geworden oder so. Oder irgendwie voll so Men's Right-Aktivist, Incel, so. Da hätte ich wahrscheinlich voll drauf abgefahren. Und deswegen ist es gut, ab und zu mal zu überlegen, ist das, was du denkst, eigentlich scheiße? Nicht sich so ständig, einfach nicht ständig zu sagen, halt so unsicher zu sein. Das meine ich halt nicht, also wirklich keine gefestigte Meinung zu haben, sondern einfach nur die Möglichkeit offen zu lassen, dass vielleicht, wenn jemand mit dir diskutiert, dass der Recht haben könnte. Ein bisschen, nicht sehr viel. Also, dass die kleinste Möglichkeit ist, dass die Person Recht hat. Außer Reichsbürger und AfD-Anhänger und sowas. Die haben nachgewiesenerweise keine richtige Meinung, keine gute, aber halt so, man kann mal drüber nachdenken. Suddenly political.
I kind of suck.
Hey! That's my mother you're talking about. And it's not true.
Oh Gott, das hätte ich so sagen können.
I turned out okay.
Oh, my little fawn. Before you were born.
Das ist tatsächlich was ich gerne sage, halt irgendwie, wenn zum Beispiel in irgendeiner Schulungsgruppe irgendjemand sich selber fertig macht, weil er irgendwas nicht rafft. Und dann sage ich immer so, hier wird keiner in meiner Gruppe fertig gemacht. Ihr habt auch nicht das Recht, euch selber fertig zu machen. I will not allow it. Andere sollen Recht haben, das geht schon aus Prinzip nicht. Doch. Manchmal hat man einfach nicht genug drüber nachgedacht. Da war halt einfach eine scheiß Situation. Halt einfach nur so. Es ist ja vielleicht auch nicht immer so dieses 100%ig. Soll es auch nicht zu einer Meinung rüberwechseln. So ein Sprung ab, sondern mehr so, ich verstehe, aus welcher Richtung du kommst. So, ich kann dein Argument nachvollziehen. Ich kann deine Sicht der Dinge nachvollziehen. Vielleicht komme ich immer noch auf einen anderen Schluss, aber ich kann deine Sicht der Dinge nachvollziehen. Das reicht. Kann man Teilnehmer bei dir sein? Ich glaube, ich sage, es klingt jetzt so, aber ich glaube, ich mache meinen Job ganz gut. Das ist so das eine Ding im Leben, wo ich mir, also eine der wenigen Dinge im Leben, es gibt natürlich mehrere, wo ich so denke, ah ja doch, komm, das kannst du gut machen, das machst du auch mit Leidenschaft, das passt schon.
I was so eager. For the first time, I was doing something really good. So I poured my whole heart into it. I quit everything. Drinking, smoking, eating shit.
Ich habe nichts mehr getrunken, nichts mehr gegessen.
I even tried yoga.
Oh, Yoga, nein.
Oh, wow. You did.
Yeah. And when you were born, when I held you in my arms, I knew that I was right. We were meant to be in each other's lives. And I didn't even begrudge you the episiotomy.
Nein, das willst du nicht
I
wissen.
want to know what an episiotomy is.
Nein.
You're correct. You absolutely do not.
Das ist Stille.
When you were born, I knew only one thing. I'd never be alone again. That's how it was supposed to be. But I screwed it up. I was a shitty parent. Just like I was a shitty daughter and a shitty wife.
No.
And I lost you.
Mom, stop. You didn't lose me. You really think that what, disappeared?
I abandoned you. And I think about it
So
all the
krass, dass
time.
man schon sieht, was sie noch lernen muss.
What happens when you close your eyes?
I feel the shards of glass on my skin, on my clothes, beneath my feet. I see the crown of your hair, sparkling like a tiny sunshine on the tarmac. And then I see your open eyes. How can I ever be happy with that tattooed on my eyelids?
Mom, maybe you should stop thinking about it. Thinking about it like that, I mean.
I don't want to. I mustn't. If I stopped thinking about it, that would be like killing you all over again. Astrid? Don't leave me, Astrid. I don't want you to leave.
Wie schnell fährst du? Guck mal auf das...
I know. That's what I need to do.
90 Meilen, das sind irgendwie
I think it's coming back.
mal
Yes, it
1,6.
is.
So 130 Stundenkilometer.
A little harder, Junon. I need to dig deeper.
Nicht während du fährst. Ja.
Really? Do I have to? Do I need to recall this particular exhibit of Marie's? It's a nice memory for her, obviously, but for me it's pretty bitter, even though I can't explain why exactly. A lot of memories came back to me that night. I would stand in the middle of the gallery with my eyes closed, and they'd crop up as if they were connected in some way. Come to think of it, there may be something to unearth in my own personal exhibit. We'll see. Let me show you around.
Okay, dann erzähl mal.
You know this tableau, my little fawn? It's been gathering dust in the back of my personal collection. I haven't displayed it in ages. Here, the artist is depicting her first day at the beach with her daughter. Do you remember? You started worshipping the sand as soon as we got there. You were delighted. We were already imagining you as a teenager with like 7,933 vials of sand everywhere and a subscription to Sand Fans, the Arenophile Review. Hey, if it was between that or weed, we weren't sure which would be worse.
My daughter is doing sand.
You came up to me with a huge seashell. I never understood where you found it. You handed it to me with great pomp and told me I had to write a movie about it. I complained. I don't know his life. I have no idea what he's thinking about. If he's sad or...
Was ist die Motivation dieser Muschel?
So, about what is it that you write movies then? And I was speechless for a moment, but... The weather was so nice that day. We had eaten ice cream under the big umbrella. Then you pulled out your little tongue, your head got close to my arm, and I felt something cold and wet above my elbow. You taste salty, you said.
Bleh.
Suddenly, I felt it welling up in my heart and my stomach. Happiness. And then, that's it. That's what I wanted to write about. I had totally forgotten this, but at one point in my life, I wanted to write about happiness.
Wird es erkundet? Ja. Das ist ihre Schwester, oder?
Since the dawn of time, people have needed rituals to mark the big life events. Here, the artist is depicting her final farewell to her daughter. At least that's what she thought at the time. Neither Alex nor I could picture you in a tiny coffin. We really preferred that you remained with us, like fine sand in a pretty vase. But in the end, even that was too heavy. I kept thinking about it. One day, on a whim, I made the call. I didn't tell your father. I didn't feel like explaining. I just called Diane, and I told her to meet me over there, by the sea. And she didn't ask any questions, nothing. She just said, I'll be there. I was crying when we arrived at the cliff overlooking the beach. Diane gently took out the urn from my hands, opened it towards the sea, and she said, Donnie was a good bowler and a good man. He was a man who loved outdoors. Stop laughing, and snot splurted out of my nose all over my fucking chin.
Gute Anspielung.
And 1,000 particles of you flew out around us, all up in my hair.
Genau, wie es im Film passiert ist.
Freeing to see you leave like this, disappear. That was the goal of this ceremony. But now I know that it didn't work. It didn't make me feel free. Rather, it made me feel the emptiness.
Das sind Szenen, die ihre Mutter gemalt hat? Oder ist es jetzt wirklich nur eine Metapher für Ausstellungen, die in ihrem Kopf herumspuken? Or maybe both.
Here, the artist is depicting herself on the bus.
Ja eben, deswegen meine ich ja.
Outside, the setting
Ach, sie ist die Artist. Also sie inszeniert ihre Erinnerungen damit? So ist es gemeint?
of something, or the beginning. I was all by my lonesome on the bus back, with just a few specks of you. I looked outside the window, and this poem came to my mind. It's Lamartine. I had to learn it by heart in high school. Setting or just rising in a sky clear or gray, what good is the sun? I disregard the day. Were I to track the whole long course of his travel, my eyes would just witness all the void and gravel. I desire nothing that he could ever disperse. I don't demand a thing from the great universe.
Das kenne ich tatsächlich nicht.
I was holding your urn against me the whole way back. It was empty, but it felt heavier than ever before. That's what I felt when I came back from the cliff. The poem, the empty bus, the urn on my knees. A void. Back then, I thought it was a good thing. I said to myself, maybe I can start writing now that this is done. And then, nothing.
Ist aber auch interessant, dass sie hier in der Mitte ist und die Bilder nach außen. Yep.
I remember almost every word of the pretentious card next to Marie's painting. The auto-portrait series is undoubtedly Marie de Mange's most ambitious work to date. She arranges herself in a discomfiting position, ripe with malaise and also
Malaise.
eroticism. Self-portrait number 8 is the final entry in the series, and one of the most powerful paintings of the 21st century. I never could bring it up with Marie. But I'm sure that these paintings were actually inspired by the accident. The ground she's lying on. I can almost guarantee you it's pavement. And her discombobulated body as if her bones were broken. No one knows that except me. I believe she painted you instead of her. Why on earth would she make such a twisted thing, do you think?
Wahrscheinlich, weil sie es auch verarbeiten muss.
Apparently the critics and the public loved it. That was the series from which everything started for Marie. I must say that there was something vibrant in these paintings. A sweet and vulnerable mystery in her eyes. It made me sick. I couldn't believe how many paintings Marie had done since you died. Meanwhile, I couldn't write for my life. It made no sense anymore. When I left Alex, I did get started on something, as if separating from him had inspired me. But after a few months, nothing I had written was worth reading.
So.
Those paintings made me so angry. I kept thinking this. Marie is feeding off of my bereavement. Through her art, she managed to turn what happened into something else. Something beautiful. I, on the other hand, had nowhere left to go in that moment. I couldn't do it anymore. My bag of happiness was ripped to shreds. Thank you for visiting this exhibit with me, my little fawn. What did you learn? When I see all of this again, I wonder what made me think that making you disappear would take the pain away. Attempting to erase every bit of you meant locking me out of this incredible little room inside my heart. The place that gave me life. The place that inspired me. Now I know that I need to keep that space for you within myself, so that I can write and I can live. You're still with me.
You really think that what, disappeared?
No, of course not, my little fawn. But when you died, I found myself in an impossible situation. I was thinking about you all the time. I kept telling myself it was my fault you weren't here anymore. It's awful to love someone that much, you know?
On the contrary, I think it's beautiful.
Sure, it's beautiful and awful. So, I looked for a solution.
How?
I did what I always do. I watched movies.
Like what?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's about a couple who are separating.
Mom.
I know. I just wasn't in the mood for rom-coms at the time. If I had been, I wouldn't have gone for something starring Jim Carrey.
Der
Anyway,
Film ist aber ziemlich gut.
there's a machine that erases people's painful memories. Jim Carrey is heartbroken, so he uses that machine because that's the only way he can go on living. That's what I tried
Als ein Manic Pixie Dream Girl weg ist.
to get you out of my mind.
Except you didn't have a machine.
No, I had medication, I had a job, and I even did a farewell ceremony. I thought that if I could get you out of my head, I might be able to feel better.
Did it work?
Of course not. Why should it? That wasn't the right way to handle things. Now I know how lucky I am. To be able to think about you every day. Even though it's hard sometimes.
Ein Pflaumen auf deinen Arm? Finde ich besser.
I think about the downy little fluff on your arms, glistening in the evening sun. I think about the way you would sound complicated words. Escarpment, onomatopoeia, cacophony. They were in stories we'd read to you. You love to parrot them back. I think about your little doodles. You came back from kindergarten every day with fistfuls of them. We filled up all the walls with them. So we ended up having to sneak some into the garbage.
Was?
I knew it!
But I promise I always looked carefully at them before. I think about all of it, little dear. And it's a reminder that you are here with me. I carry that with me into every decision I have to make. And I won't let it go for the world. I'm better now, you know? It still hurts like hell. But I get it. I can survive this. On a good day, I can even convince myself that it could be worse. You might have been a goth teenager.
Gibt Schlimmeres.
Well, I could show you a couple pictures of 14-year-old me. Unfortunately, I think they all got destroyed in a fire or something. You've taught me all of this. You helped me open doors inside myself. That's what allowed me to grow. Of course, I'll go on without you. I have to. But it's really, really sad.
How does the movie end?
What movie?
The Eternal Sunshine of... whatever.
No. Well, Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet meet again. And since they don't remember each other, they fall in love again. But then they find old recordings of them saying horrible things about each other.
And? Do they split up again?
No. They decide to experience their relationships again because they want to recapture the good memories. Even though they know that it's going to hurt them. I loved that ending.
I know what you mean. I understand why you're sad, Mom. But you can't be sad forever. It doesn't help you, and it doesn't help me.
Ja,
Life's short
geht
enough.
ganz gut.
Why waste any more time?
I need to be sad.
You can be so egotistical sometimes.
Excuse me?
Where do I fit into all this?
But I was just...
So what? I'm going to be a bad memory for the rest of your life? A distressing thought inside your head? Do you even realize what that means? I'm scared.
Oh, what are you scared of, my little fawn?
I'm scared that I'll disappear.
But you're already dead.
That's not the point. I'm talking about disappearing from here. This is the only place where I still exist. Just here. But I don't want to be this rusty nail that's killing you by degrees. You do realize that's not me at all? You do know that if you keep at this, I'm not going to exist anywhere. Anymore. You don't have to do this to me, Mom. You don't have to do this to yourself. How much longer do I have to make you miserable?
I know you don't deserve that, my little dear. It's all my fault.
Schniff.
Stop it, Mom. Just stop. You're stuck on repeat. I know that this can be easy to process. And I know that the truth hurts. But right here, right now, you're gonna have to remember. Really.
I'm not sure. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Astrid? Astrid! She's right. Of course she's right. I need to remember now.
It's time.
Mal wie schnell die
I think
fährt.
I'm ready. That's it. I remember now. Not everything, but
You could at least crack a window. All that rain brought a cool front.
it had just rained. The road was wet and slippery.
Ah, shit, I can't drive with these heels on. I didn't sleep all night. I can't focus. Also,
I was exhausted, stressed out, in no condition to drive. I was nervous about meeting with my producer.
Mom, watch for the deer!
I don't know why I didn't see the deer earlier. My mind must have been elsewhere. When I heard your warning, my first thought was to avoid hitting it. They were your favorite animal. So I swerved and we ran off the road. And then...
Immer noch ein bisschen Angst vor dem Ende dieses Spiels. Gar nicht scary mit diesen heilenden Szenen. Wechseln, die klingen wie Uhrticken und den langsamen Geräuschen des Unfalls im Hintergrund. Klack, klack, klack. Chuck, 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 chuck. Wonach suchen wir?
Listen to me, Junon. You and Alex brought an extraordinary little girl into this world. Astrid was our sunshine. She gave us all a lot of light all through her tiny life. You were able to make such a being because you have it in you. The sun. And the sun never goes out. It shines. So hang on. And shine bright. I know you can. I'm proud of you.
No.
You and Marie have a connection that's peculiar. You used to spend hours in her shop watching her paint. She loved that you were so curious. She smiled at you, explained stuff to you. She asked for your opinion about her work. Can you imagine? When I was 4 years old, I wasn't even allowed in her damn workshop. But you had something inside of you that completely changed her. Actually, I think this is what saved me that day. The idea that even Marie could be touched by a ray of sunlight. There had to be one out there for me too.
Macht hier Pulli natürlich noch mal extra mehr Sinn mit dem Tod der Sonne.
What are you doing, my little fawn?
Playing with Grandma's dollhouse.
What game?
I'm playing you when you weren't a mom yet.
Can I play? I'll be Alex. Hey, cutie. You come here often?
Hi, do you want a baby?
Oh, this is moot. What the heck? Let's make the best little girl on earth.
Of course you'll be the best.
How do you know?
Well, I'm the one making her in my belly, so...
Talking to you was intoxicating. Every time you opened your mouth, I was expecting the unexpected. I loved the way that your little brain continually managed to make sense of the world. But that day, the most astonishing thing was your assurance. How on earth did you have so much trust in me?
Also tatsächlich das Einzige, was ich hier an dieser Szene nicht mag, aber das ist tatsächlich so eine Videospielkrankheit, ist dass die Schilder an sich nicht aussehen wie handbemalt, sondern halt ist halt einfach Schrift drauf. Also ihr Schrift, ja. Ihr Schild sieht tatsächlich, nee, das ist auch ein Font. Ne? Man sieht, die beiden E's sind exakt gleich. Aber das ist echt so ein Pet-Peeve von mir, ne? Ich verstehe, warum es gemacht wird. Weil es halt einfach, du kannst nicht immer einen Artist ein Schild neu malen lassen. Oder halt wirklich irgendwie eine Schrift oder was auch immer, wenn sich im Spiel was ändern muss. Deswegen wird's einfach generiert, aber halt so. Es gibt so viele schöne Sachen, die man mit Schrift machen kann. Ah, dafür haben sie ein echt schönes Mobile gemacht.
Damn, June, I can't believe it. I'm going to be a dad. We're going to be parents. When I got your picture, I yelled so loud, I think 3 guys here had a stroke.
Oh, sis.
Focus on work. I'm so happy. It feels so... I feel like it's going to change my life.
I mean...
No, I mean, it's going to change me. Like, I'll never be the same again. I can't wait. And you, what do you think?
I think you should take the afternoon off and come home.
Oh, okay. But why? Is there an emergency? Do you need me?
I don't need you. But I am wondering what it's like to have sex with a dad.
Kinky.
Wow, what a weird thing to say.
Ein Dilf.
I'm on my way.
He was right, you know. Your dad. When you arrived...
Husband, I demand dick.
Before you were born, he was always a bit lost, a bit wandering through his own life. But from the day you showed up, it was as if everything had become clear for him. As if he finally understood what he was doing here.
Oh, Licht im
It
Dunkeln.
might be the right time for me to admit it, my little phone. You don't have magical powers.
Was?
You never had any. You didn't put us under a spell. Not Marie, nor your dad or I. It's easy to hide behind the fact that your being there made everything else possible. And to convince ourselves that your not being there is forever locking us out of being happy. But that's not true. The seeds that allowed us to change were always inside of us. Sure, they were buried deeply, but they couldn't wait to grow. And you were simply an incredible, a wonderful beam of sunlight.
don't have to do this to me, Mom. You don't have to do this to yourself. How much longer do I have to make you miserable?
My little fawn, I can't do this to you. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive myself for what happened, but you've brought too much light in my life for me to reduce you to that.
No.
What is that? Mom, what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
I do, but I'm not sure you do. So I'm going to need you to say it. What is that?
The accident. It was an accident.
Yes, it was an accident, Mom. I lived a life full of joy and laughter and vibrating plastic lightsabers.
You shouldn't ever have found that. And it wasn't a lightsaber.
You think I don't know that?
Okay.
I lived.
For force feedback lightsaber.
I will always love Dad, Marie, Diane, and you. For everything you've given me. For the cozy spot that you made for me in your lives. And then one day, there was an accident. It was an accident. Say it again.
It was an accident.
An accident. A disaster. A calamity. There's nothing to forgive. It's not your fault. You know that, right? Deep down.
Do I? Then why do I feel all this guilt?
Yeah, that's another mystery. You're angry. But are you sure that you're angry at yourself, Mom?
I don't know.
I believe in you. You'll figure it out. And when you do, you'll make the right decision. I think you're ready now.
I'm ready. Thank you, little fawn. Thank you for your help. You can leave now. I've got this.
I know. I love you very much, Mom.
Me too, Astrid. I love you very, very much. I know you'll always be with me. I can feel you are here, and it gives me strength. And I'm going to need a lot of that if I'm going to go in there. But Marie needs me, and we have a lot to talk about. I guess I should have asked the doctor to give me a little something before I went into this room. You don't get free samples of benzos every day.
Entschuldigung. Ah, gute Perspektive.
All right, Junon. Cut the bullshit. Hi, Marie. Sorry I made you wait. I had to sort out a few things. A lot of things. But anyway, you knew I was coming eventually, didn't you? You've always had this weird gift of knowing what we're about to do before we even think about doing it. Once again, you were right. I'm here. But I almost didn't come in. I was close earlier, but I just stood outside the door. I was angry at you. I don't even know why. I mean, you're not exactly the warmest mother in the world. Still, why are things so complicated between us? Why do I always feel so threatened when I'm around you?
Die großen Fragen im Leben.
Come on. A crucifix? You. Wait, is it... I remember now. I've seen this before. Was that last night? Shit, no, it's all hazy. Hold on. What's that around your neck? Is that a cross?
This? It's a childhood keepsake. I found it in my stuff a while back.
What? Were you a choir girl or something?
It's a bit more complicated than that.
I'm listening. Please, you never told me anything about your youth.
Ugh. What the heck? After all, why not? That might do me good. And I owe you that.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Just shut your mouth, pour me a glass of wine, and listen.
Oh, das ist eine Erinnerung. Das habe ich gerade erst gar nicht gecheckt.
We used to live in a small village in the east. Gray, boring, and hideous. People were dumb and mean, always keeping tabs on others to tear them down. And of course, these fakers were in church all the time. I spent years in that cesspool, never asking questions. When I was 14, let me tell you, Jesus was my best friend. I would tell him about everything I did wrong in my head.
Wir waren so.
Let me tell you, I was a terrible kid. Naughty, ill-behaved, always running around. A tiny devil. And also, I had this desire and fire in my chest. Nasty thoughts. But I really thought that he loved me as I was. Back then, I had 3 sources of comfort. Jesus, books, and drawing. So I spent an insane amount of time sketching in the neighborhood churches. It was a disease. Everything I laid eyes on had to end up on a sheet of paper. At least then, people left me alone.
Und aus der Dornenkrone.
Otherwise, let me tell you that I never got a minute of peace. Family with 4 kids living in a 2-room apartment. So, I looked after them. Washing them. Doing their homework. I was the oldest. 7 years ahead of my oldest brother. Those little ones were like my own kids. My mother had too much work. At least, while I was taking care of them, I didn't have those weird desires.
Gute Nacht, Alex. Ich denke gerade tatsächlich drüber nach, wie meine Oma mütterlicherseits groß geworden ist. Die hatte viele Geschwister. Oh, boah. 6 Stück oder so? Ich glaube, es waren 6 Kinder. Tatsächlich sind davon nur noch, glaube ich, sie und ein entfernter Bruder über. Sieht nach Brot aus.
We were two peas in a pod, my aunt and I. She was the whore in the family. She didn't want to settle, she didn't want kids. She had escaped to live the crazy life in Paris. Freedom. The exact opposite of my mother. One time, she told me something about my mom and dad. Something that blew everything else up. There was an evening dance. He was 19, and she was 15. According to my aunt, he was a bit tipsy. He brought her into a small clearing, and there, he forced her. They had to get married in a hurry after that, when they learned that my mother was pregnant. Pregnant with me. My mother always worked her butt off. She would work one factory job after the other, then clean up rich folks' homes. I used to think she was the bravest person in the world. And the strongest. Of course, she had her own temper. She would get into these screaming matches sometimes. And she would drink too. But I was convinced that I could trust her.
Das, liebe Kinder, ist, was ich übrigens meine, wenn ich von generationalem Trauma spreche.
My dad always had a steak on his plate when he got home. Every night. My mother used to say that he deserved it, working his ass off at the mill for us. But one night, I was still awake when he came home. He was completely shit-faced. He was living in a fallen world. The steel industry was his life, but his life had no tomorrow. So he drank. That night he looked at me weird. I didn't understand.
Ich mag nicht, wo das hinführt. Ich mag absolut nicht, wo das hinführt.
One night, I went out with some girlfriends and boyfriends. We only went to the movies, but she lectured me. You're bringing shame on this family, she said. People at church are talking. Something bad's gonna happen to you if you keep tempting men. I answered that if it ever happened to me, I, for one, wouldn't marry my abuser.
Bam.
For the first time. She hit me again later. I was getting slapped around because she hated her life. I was blaming her for not fighting back. I wasn't going to let her treat me like this. The day after, it felt like a spell was broken. The church stank. The sculptures were ugly. And the male-dominated Jesus stuff made me sick. You don't love me, I whispered to him. Bastard. At that very moment, and that, let me tell you, that's something I'll never forget. The Christ started to bleed.
Ich habe mich schon gewundert, was diese Sequenz, ob das nicht, ja.
I had my first period right after my tantrum at the church. I was already 14 years old. Pretty late. But then, my body started to develop.
Ich mag immer noch nicht, wohin das führt. By the way.
The more my body changed, the more my father scared me. Hell, he terrified me. Not just because he was domineering and brutal. It was uncomfortable even being in the same room as him. He was always watching me, commenting on my clothes. I felt like a piece of meat. The last time she raised her hand to me, she hit me so hard. My nose started bleeding. We were having another fight about one of my outings. By that time, I was going out for real. Just to spite her. You know me. She called me a harlot. So, I bit back. At least I'm not gonna stick with the first guy who knocks me up. I didn't have time to finish saying it. Whack! She slapped the shit out of me, and she spit out. If it were up to me, you're the one I would have dumped. It's stupid. But that struck me right in the gut. And that's when it came up, boiling. The rage. I tasted blood in my throat. I couldn't think straight. My ears started ringing. I felt a jolt running through my body. And then Then it was over. I couldn't walk it back.
Rage unlocked.
This cross is the only thing I have left from her, you know? I took it when I left home that very night. I stole it from her. I don't know why I took it. I used to do that a lot back then. Steal stuff. But I'm happy I did it. It gives me a chance to think about her, to remember, never to be like her. You see, I'm always telling you to face things head on.
Hallo Jasper, willkommen zurück.
I left. I met with my aunt in Paris, with just a few cents in my pocket. I never saw them again. Not her, not him, not the kids. And I never turned back. You hear, Miss Kivas? Shit, don't tell me you fell asleep.
No.
What a disaster. You really can't handle your booze. Don't worry, daughter. I will still be there tomorrow. And the next day too.
Und danach wird schwierig.
And what you already know. People are ugly, let me tell you. They're dangerous. All of them. That's just the way things are. It's inside them. The evil is, we need to defend ourselves. Stay vigilant. That's how I got out of it. Jen gets it, I think. But you, darling, you're too weak. You want to trust people. You want to have faith. But I told you many times, you can't trust anyone. Ever. You don't need me to tell you that. Life's unfair. That's just how it is.
So this is what your life was like. That explains so many things.
Jana.
Now I understand why you can't trust anyone. Why you don't let anyone love you. Anytime I think about how it must have been for you, it's increasingly obvious. How lucky I was to have Astrid. Every second of my life I spent with her was filled with happiness. You never got to have that. Not as a daughter. Nor as a mother. But how could I forget what you told me last night? I mean, I wasn't all there. Too little sleep and too much wine. But for the first time in your life, you open up a little and I nod off? It's absurd. As if I didn't want to hear it. Was it that I was angry that you waited so long before telling me? Or was it something else? Something I didn't want to look in the face until now?
Letztendlich muss ich das jetzt durchbingen. Ich bin viel zu fasziniert von der Story. Ich verstehe, dass ihr alle müde seid, aber ich ziehe das jetzt durch.
Where did the bird go?
Oh, it's gone.
It is?
Yes. Early this morning, I opened the windows to let in some fresh air. It jumped on the edge of its box, looked at me, and then it flew away.
Oh. Did it look happy?
It did, my dearest daughter. It looked so happy.
That was a lie, of course. I know that now. But I believed that beautiful story at the time, without reservation. That's another thing which doesn't work in my relationship with Marie. The fact that she would lie to me because she doesn't believe I'd be able to face the truth. The fact that she doesn't trust me to deal with it.
Sehr gut. Das fühlt sich sehr stark nach Finale an. Oh,
These paintings are magnificent. But how do you do it?
Oh, well, that's hard to put into words. Usually I have a theme in my head, a topic I'm obsessed with, and all of a sudden, everything becomes clear. The shapes, the colors, they fight their way through my brain. Kinda like visions. And then I simply must paint. I can't control it. In fact, if I didn't paint in that moment, I could flip, do crazy things.
While Diane and I were dancing, I could hear Marie doing her spiel for Sasha. I'd heard it 100 times. The visions, what she called her mystical experience. A whole lot of crap. 10 minutes later, I set the kitchen on fire. Blinded by the urgency, as if my body was overriding my brain. Just goes to show you. As much as I hate it, she might have been telling the truth about her process. I guess I work like that too. Thank you for the mobile. I can't believe you managed to find it.
Oh, it's nothing.
Do you want to stay for a bit? Coffee, maybe?
No, thank you. I gotta go. I have a meeting.
A meeting?
Yeah, a thing. Don't worry about it. Say hi to Alex for me.
Oh, I'll call him. He's just in the next room.
Oh, hi, Alex. Bye, Alex. Done. Gotta go. Bye.
I rarely saw Marie being ill at ease, but the few times it did happen was when she came to the house to visit when Astrid was born. It was as if she felt like she was intruding on our family. Maybe because she didn't know what it was like having one.
Was möchtest du, dass ich sehe?
Mademoiselle, could I have another glass of champagne?
Oh, I don't work here. I'm Marie Demange's assistant, also her daughter.
Her daughter? Remarkable. But you don't look anything like her. Do you paint as well?
No, I don't. I'm more
more of a...
Of course you don't. Why would you, with such a talented mother?
I've never felt like I'm competing with Marie. My
Ist doch gut so.
for the movies, my penchant.
So, hier sind sie beide ja auch.
I did it all for myself, without thinking about her. But perhaps she was actually feeling threatened, as if the creative process was uniquely hers, her exclusive domain.
This isn't news to you. It's unfair, but that's how it is. You didn't choose to be my daughter. I didn't choose to be my mother's daughter. I could blame it on God, but that would be giving him too much credit. I don't know who's to blame, really. I do know that it's unavoidable, though. And Astrid, she didn't choose us either. She wasn't supposed to be part of this family. At first, I thought that she could be the one to break the cycle, but in the end, the curse got her too, and it hit again. Harder. My shitty curse.
Das ist die Szene, die ich erstmal verarbeiten muss. Ich werde sie aber im Moment ignorieren. Einfach weitermachen. Was möchte uns diese Szene erzählen? Ah.
Mom, thank you.
What for?
You know what for. For what you just told me. For not giving up on me. For your help.
Listen to me, dear. One thing is for sure on this wretched earth. A single thing. It's that you don't need to thank me. For anything. I'll see you Monday at the studio.
I found that really weird at the time, this whole exchange. First of all, Marie saying beautiful things, sounding more loving than ever before. But on top of that, her almost scolding me for thanking her, as if extraordinary circumstances had forced her out of her self-imposed duty to bully me, and that she was having a hard time coming to terms with it. I can't believe how much Astrid loved that house.
Why are you surprised? It's awesome.
Really?
Well, yeah. Have you looked at it up close? There's always little intricate details. You can open the doors, move the furniture, turn on the lights. Marie must have spent a lot of time on it. I don't know. I think it's an awesome present.
When Alex said that, I was reminded about my mobile. Just like the house, it was magnificent, intricate, exquisite. I believe that's why I kept it in my room for so long, hanging above my bed. These two presents were the two singular proofs that Marie cared for us. That was her way of saying she loves us.
dramaturgisch nehme ich die Muschel dann als letztes. Wenn ich mich nicht verzählt habe. So. Ich will noch einmal den Hund hören. Ich glaube, wir haben keine Geräusche hier. Dem Hund geht sicher gut. So.
And so, you're working for Marina.
It's not like that, Alex.
Like what?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I left you to run back to my overbearing mother's clutches. No, you're wrong. That's not it.
I'm well aware that you don't need your mother. She's the one who needs you.
For a moment there, I thought Alex was out of his mind. Marie needing me?
Das ist ja gar keine Stranderinnerung. Oh. Aber es passt auch.
What about those over there in the tank? Are they still alive?
Of course. The true connoisseur prefer to cook their lobsters at the last minute. And
I'll take them.
Absolutely, miss. Do you want one or two?
I want them all.
I mean, there's about 2 dozen in there. Did you win the lottery or something?
I'll need one of your coolers too for the road. I drove to the ocean, opened the box and threw them back in the sea. Freeing them was pointless, laughable even. But it felt amazing. I was able to change things. I could reject the fact that it is what it is. Just say no. What's the point in being alive if everything's already been decided for us?
Fair point.
It's stifling hot in there.
Yeah, sorry, AC's broke. Get in, we're running late. Don't sit on my script.
You could at least crack a window. All that rain brought a cool front.
Mima!
Oh, sweetheart. How are you doing? You look great today.
I'm a princess, the computer princess.
That is so special.
Can we get going?
Princess Zelda?
Right. We have time.
I don't. I need to drop off Astrid at Mina's and then I have a meeting at the production office to show my...
Just start the car. That will teach me to ask you for a special favor.
Yeah, this is the third special favor this week, Marie.
Just go. In great.
Shit, I can't drive with these heels on.
Why are you even wearing these things?
Silly me, just dressing up for a business meeting.
Sweetie, what present did you bring for Mina?
A Clay-Doh pizza factory. I love pizza.
You look really flushed, dear. Are you too hot? Let me take your coat off.
Marie, what on earth are you doing?
Just for 1 second.
Forget it. Sit down. We're almost there.
Just watch the road.
You sit
I'm
down
almost...
right now. Stop that.
You are worse than a traffic cop.
Hat sie abgeschnallt?
Watch it, my script.
You're still writing for this garbage? Damn, Scavis. You might have the lowest self-esteem I've ever seen, but I must admire your perseverance.
No one asked for your opinion. I didn't sleep all night. I can't focus. Also, I'm too old for this.
Okay, I'm taking off my coat now.
Anyway, sounds like you're not yet too old to be a mediocre writer.
Marie, please. This is too much praise.
I have to prod you some way or another. You are so incredibly lazy.
And they keep coming. All these flowers, really, I can't.
Nothing ever comes easy to women in this industry. I had to build it all myself. No one was there to help me. I slept 4 hours a night when you were born. I worked all the time to provide for your needs.
Oh, you really gave me everything, Marie, except perhaps self-esteem. Oh, and a father.
You're not making sense, June. You and your sister would be nothing without me, and you know it. You're both churlish and fearful. I gave you everything, and you're just squandering it all to write soap operas. Maybe you'd be a better writer if you had had to toil a little bit more. Who knows?
Mom, I need help with the thingy.
What's that, my little phone?
Sure, just change the subject.
I am not changing the subject. We weren't talking. What am I supposed to say when you get mad like this?
I get mad because I believe in you.
Stop yelling!
We're not yelling, sweetheart.
Anyway, this little one is only one thing you've done well.
Speaking of which, if we could
But
avoid...
if you're mishandling her the way you fucked up your career, that's concerning. Children are delicate. They need protection. You can put even the best child in a shitty family, they're gonna blow up.
Wait, why are you even saying that? What are you talking about exactly?
I made some mistakes with you two, it's true.
We turned out okay in the end, didn't we? Whatever you think.
You don't get it. There's something hanging above our heads. All of our heads. Something that's about to fall on our heads if we're not careful. It's been there forever, passed from one woman onto the next in our family, like a disease.
Are you sick, Mimo?
No, sweetie, she's not sick. This is grown-up talk.
You're right.
Very grown up, allerdings.
Love of self. It's true, I don't think I taught you that. But I think that's because no one taught me either. Or my mother.
Oh, okay, and so you're... scared for Astrid? Hold on. You, Marie, the great Marie de Mange, you believe in that nonsense? There's no curse on our heads.
Next time I'll keep my mouth shut.
Unless you keep it open, actually. I know hardly anything about your life. Not a thing. But I do realize that you had a hard time. And that you're scared.
I'm not scared.
I think you are. You're scared we'll turn out like you. But we can change. Everyone can change.
My dear daughter, I'm not sure about that. Do you think so?
I know so.
Tense.
And that's all thanks to you. You taught us that in your own twisted, painful way, but still.
I did what I could.
And in the end, you did give us the means to change things. You've taught us how we could blow off the entire world and do whatever we wanted. That's your way of showing love, don't you think?
Love isn't my thing.
Oh, Mom, come on. You love me and I know it, in spite of your best efforts to hide it. I can feel it, and I love you.
And I love you too, Mimo.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Makes me so happy to hear you say that.
I like it better when you're nice.
Why are you not in your seat? What are you doing standing up? Marie, why is Astrid completely unlatched?
She was sweating. I just took off her sweater. No big
Shit,
deal.
I told you to keep her safety belt on. Are you kidding me?
You know, you're so uptight sometimes. Unbelievable.
I am not uptight. I would just like you to...
Mom, watch for the deer!
Was you? You knew, didn't you? The fight, the unlatched safety belt. I'm sure you remembered, and you didn't say anything. You just hung me out to dry with my feelings of guilt. That's it. That's the real reason. That's why I was so mad at you. I'm sure that's also why you filled in this stupid paper with my name on it. You probably thought that if anything happened to you, it would be some kind of divine justice.
I would have a choice of what to do with you. And now I have to make the decision. So what am I supposed to do, Marie?
Es wäre nett, wenn ich wüsste, wem was ich ablehne und was ich zustimme.
Maybe we could invent something else. We deserve that. You know, Marie, I figured out what you're missing. You've been fuming inside for years because you have no hope. But no one can live like this. Not really. I need hope. That you'll be okay. That you will heal. That life will go on. And maybe even one day, you and I can talk. Really talk. About everything. And if, unfortunately, things don't turn out that way, if you were to die, at least we'll have had this. Hope that things change. Hope to change. I'm not forgiving you, Marie. As Astrid would say, there's nothing to forgive in an accident. The only one I want to forgive is myself. I forgive myself for my failures, for not believing in myself for so long. I'm sorry I had such a hard time realizing how strong I am, in my own way. I have the strength to live. I even have the strength to help you live if it comes to that. And with some help from the people who love us, you and I can heal.
No. Müsste es selber lesen.
You promised we'd go to the park.
And we will. Just give me 5 more minutes, will you?
Nein, wir bestätigen das.
Mom!
All right, Achille. Here we go.
At last! Are you happy with your story?
I think so.
Fine. You'll read it to me later?
I'm not sure. It's not really a story for kids. And
I want to try the red Stegosaurus today. Did you know his tail is actually a slide?
really?
Wegen der Verse.
Try it too?
Only if we buy ice cream on our way back.
Seems like a fair deal to me.
Oh. Das war ein schönes Spiel.
Gone are the times when I fell into my bed like a rock with no need to grind, no weed. I just had to close my eyelids into oblivion until next morning.
Ich lasse die Musik einfach durchspielen, und selbst wenn das Video gesperrt wird.
Then came the day, came the night when I had this dream of you like a rock. You felt so very warm as I held you in my arms.
Ich hab's jetzt tatsächlich so. Ich hab's jetzt so interpretiert, dass tatsächlich hier dass es tatsächlich eine Geschichte ist, die sie geschrieben hat. Also so ähnlich halt auch wie dieses Spiel entstanden ist.
Your resurrection till next morning. Should I dream of you? Could I dream of you?
Jetzt möchte ich wissen, was passiert wäre, wenn wir es weiter editiert hätten. Aber nein, das ist okay.
Would I? Should I dream of you? Should I?
Das ist schön, dass es dir gefallen hat, dass es euch gefallen hat.
Could I? Would I dream of you? Think I'd like to if you allow me to, but you stole my nights.
Das gibt's auch als Buch. Okay.
To the ceiling beam.
Ich denke tatsächlich, es ist so, dass man es hätte editieren können. Weil wir konnten ja... Kommt noch was? Werkstatt ein Auto mit schwierigen Themen. Also jetzt kommt es halt wieder von vorne, genau. Wir können ja mal gucken, ob wir jetzt noch was ändern können. Aber ich denke mal, jetzt wo wir es einmal abgeschlossen haben, ist es auch abgeschlossen, oder? Gucken. Aktuellste Datei. The Rack 2 Reckoning. Was ist denn?
I guess I should have asked the doctor to...
Achso, dann. Okay. Nee. Wir haben es einmal durchgespielt und dabei bleibt es auch. Wir beenden The Reckoning. So. Ah, was für ein schickes Spiel. Also da ist tatsächlich da ist einfach mega viel drin an Themen. Und halt so, flapsig ausgedrückt, würde ich sagen, wie viele Jahre Therapie stecken in diesem Spiel. Ich meine natürlich im Endeffekt damit, wie viele Jahre Selbstreflexion, Erfahrung, Geschichten von verschiedenen Menschen steckt da drin. Ich weiß tatsächlich nicht, ob's... Oh, Moment, ich muss euch was zeigen. Moment. Also hier kann man das lesen. So, also Errungenschaften. Unzerbrechlich. Kommt einem Happy End noch am nächsten. Okay, ich habe offensichtlich das Happy End freigespielt. Meine liebe Rabenmutter, kommt eine Coming-of-Age-Geschichte noch am nächsten. Kill Bill, kommt ein Rachefilm noch am nächsten. Ein Rachefilm? Okay. Okay. Also ja, das Spiel ist einfach voller Weisheit und voller Szenen, die auch zum Nachdenken anregen, muss man wirklich sagen. Also halt dieser Fluch, dass tatsächlich die Mutter das Gefühl hat, also nicht die Mutter, dass die Marie das Gefühl hat, dass ein Fluch über der Familie liegt. Das ist halt so dieser Inbegriff des generationalen Traumas. Also halt das Trauma, das sich immer wieder weiter vererbt, als wäre man halt irgendwie dazu verdammt, dass sich die Motive immer und immer wieder finden. Und halt auch die Geschichte zwischen Alex und ihr, ich mag diesen Namen auch einfach noch, Junon, das ist ein wunderschöner Name. Hat zwischen Alex und Junon, auch wenn sie da in ihrem Apartment versumpft ist, es ist hat sich hier und da ein bisschen wieder getroffen. Also ich habe tatsächlich so halt so drüber nachgedacht, so sie hat ja diesen Moment, Also als sie wirklich dieses Puppenhaus weggeschmissen hat, ne? So diesen Moment gesagt, so, dass sie halt einfach mega eifersüchtig war darauf, dass er halt einfach so weitermachen konnte, dass er schon den nächsten Abschnitt begonnen hatte und so. Und also, dass sie das wirklich so zutiefst gekränkt hat. So, musste da halt auch tatsächlich an eine Szene aus meinem Leben denken, die ich jetzt nicht erzählen werde, weil das wäre Oversharing, aber ich habe mich da halt irgendwo wiedergefunden. Man kann sich, glaube ich, in vielen Szenen wiederfinden. Besonders, wenn man halt einen Blick dafür entwickelt, dass das halt manchmal auch einfach ein ganz schöner Scheißkerl sein kann. Oder Idiot oder was auch immer. Wo wir wieder dabei sind, verschiedene Perspektiven auf das eigene Leben finden und daraus lernen und so weiter und so fort. Ui. So, jetzt wir können aber mal gucken, wie lange wir jetzt im Endeffekt gebraucht haben, weil ich hatte ja gedacht, irgendwie 3-4 Stunden, da sind wir, wenn ich auf die Uhr gucke, eindeutig drüber. Spielzeit letzte 2 Wochen, etwa 5 Stunden noch was. Okay, ich finde, wir sind jetzt auch nicht durchgerast. Das dürfte einigermaßen repräsentativ sein. Also mich würden die anderen Enden schon interessieren, aber es ist halt so ein Ding, das steht so für sich. Ich verstehe im Endeffekt auch, dass tatsächlich die Leute, die das gemacht haben, so mega... Also ich bin auf das Spiel aufmerksam geworden. Moment, ich muss mal kurz gucken, dass ich jetzt nicht misattribute. Moment. Weil bei mir rauscht so viel Twitter durch den ganzen Tag. Was ich sag, der oder jenige hat es mir geretweetet. Das ist manchmal einfach nicht möglich. Lalalala. Ah, doch, ich bin relativ sicher. Ja, doch, das war's. So, tatsächlich ist hier dieser Tweet von dem Rainer Siegel bei mir in die Timeline geflogen. Ne, von mein Name ist genau, von den Machern von Reddit. Halt einfach nur frustriert, du, liebe Leute, ich habe echt mein Innerstes in dieses Spiel gegeben und ich glaube tatsächlich, ich bin so mega gefrustet, dass ich irgendwie gerade mal die letzten Wochen 1000 Stück davon verkauft habe. Ich glaube, ich werde nie wieder Videospiele machen, so in der Richtung ging das. Und das halt auch vor dem Hintergrund, dass die Story, dass die Kritik das Ding schon gut mitgenommen hat, gut gefeiert hat. Aber halt, ja, nice commercial success to come, nix, we were wrong. Nämlich das Spiel hat kein Schwein interessiert. 1000 Kopien auf Steam verkauft und ungefähr halt auch das gleiche auf PS4, PS5, Switch, Xbox One und Xbox Series SX. Ja. Tja, ich glaube, ich muss das noch mal kurz gucken, weil ich glaube tatsächlich, das ist teilweise autobiografisch. Genau, hier steht's, genau. It was inspired by a car crash I was in with my daughter in the backseat. Also tatsächlich, dass einer der Autor, keine Ahnung, wurde zum Spiel halt wirklich inspiriert, als er wirklich einen Autounfall mit seiner Tochter im Auto hatte. Und naja. Why they even bother making indie games? Da kommen halt natürlich die üblichen Argumente. Es ist halt nur, weil die Geschichte dir wichtig ist. Es ist nicht unbedingt anderen Leuten wichtig. Auch das ist was, wo man sich ab und zu mal wiederfindet. Nur weil man sein Herzensprojekt hat, heißt das nicht, dass es andere Leute überhaupt nur ein bisschen interessiert. Ich glaube, es war auch tatsächlich so, es ist ein Tough Sell, das Spiel. Wobei ich jetzt nach dem Spielen sagen würde, eigentlich gar nicht so sehr. Sag einfach, du bist Life is Strange. Also halt, es hat mich sehr daran erinnert. Ja, man läuft zwischendurch nicht frei rum. Und ja, und der Anfang ist halt, es ist ein Slow Burn. Am Anfang dachte ich auch so, mieses Voice, also nicht mieses Voice Acting, sperriges Voice Acting. Ich habe die Stimmen, tatsächlich gerade die Stimme der Hauptperson richtig lieb gewonnen über die Zeit. Ich fand sie sowieso sehr, dass sie sehr viel Identifizierungspotenzial gab. Also ich möchte nicht sagen, dass es irgendwie eine schlechte Leistung war, aber halt so, es hat ein bisschen gedauert, bis ich die Stimme so annehmen konnte. Also ich weiß nicht, ob sie einfach besser geworden ist, ob sie von vorne nach hinten aufgenommen haben, das Skript, und was ungewöhnlich wäre. Und die Leute sich besser in die Rollen gefunden haben. Aber wahrscheinlich habe ich es mir einfach nur... Ich habe mich einfach dran gewöhnt. Zu Beginn passt das Junon, mon amour. Ja. Aber ich mochte sie tatsächlich von Anfang an. Aber es ist halt... Das ist auch die Art von Charakter, die ich mag. Ich habe so zwischendurch selber drüber geredet. Ich fühlte mich ja ein bisschen erwischt. Tatsächlich davon. Naja, ich möchte mich da jetzt auch nicht wiederholen. Sehr schön. Sehr schön, sehr schön, sehr schön. Ich glaube, ich muss das ein bisschen sacken lassen. Ich hoffe, ich habe die Geschichte zwischendurch nicht zu sehr mit eigenen Erzählungen, mit der eigenen Reflexion überladen. Aber es lädt tatsächlich dazu ein. Es lädt dazu ein, selber über diverse Sachen nachzudenken. Und mit mittlerweile ja doch, ich meine, ich werde nicht müde, es zu sagen, dass ich ein alter Sack bin und dieses Jahr 45 werde. Es gibt schon hier und da ein bisschen was drüber nachzudenken und zu reflektieren. Und ich finde, das sollte man sich tatsächlich auch beibehalten, das darüber nachzudenken. Halt, was man so getrieben hat, die Zeit, in welcher Situation man gerade vielleicht sogar selbst steckt. Ich glaube, da kann man eine Menge draus ziehen. So, da sage ich jetzt aber mal einen Punkt. Doch, wir müssen noch gucken, was aus Chuck Norris geworden ist. Das machen wir noch mal eben. Mal gucken, ob er überhaupt irgendwie weitergekommen ist, weil das sieht nicht danach aus. Ich glaube, Midjourney hat sich zwischendurch verschluckt. Das passiert leider manchmal, besonders wenn man im Relaxed Mode ist. Guck mal kurz. Du wolltest auch daran erinnert werden, ein paar Sekunden Chuck-Update zwischendurch raus. Und auf jeden Fall, auf jeden Fall. Das werde ich im Anschluss noch machen. Das finde ich schon wieder. Das war ja irgendwann. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich hätte mir die Zeitmarke aufschreiben sollen. Warum habe ich mir die Zeitmarke nicht aufgeschrieben? Es war irgendwo im Krankenhaus, oder? Okay. Ich glaube, er hat tatsächlich ein paar Jobs einfach geskippt. Ich finde das schon raus. Ich finde das schon noch raus. Ich weiß, es war auf jeden Fall bevor Junon Astrid aufs Dach gefolgt ist. Wir gucken mal. Aber tatsächlich der eine Charakter, mit dem ich, also der eine Voice Actor, mit dem ich nicht so warm geworden bin, ist tatsächlich die Schwester von ihr. Ich habe nicht so ganz rausgefunden, was sie tun wollten mit dem Voice Acting. Also so, ich hatte so überlegt, so wo geht das hin? Also, ich habe jetzt gerade in den Trophäen, wie heißt das hier nochmal? Achievements, ne? Sind es auch Achievements in Steam? Ist auch egal. Ja. Ihr wisst, was ich meine. Da wird jetzt die Eisprinzessin betitelt. Weiß nicht, dass er so sehr stuck absprechen sollte. Aber naja, sie hat nicht so die Riesenrolle. Und die Voice Actor, die eine große Rolle hatten, die haben mir auch gefallen. Ich mochte auch tatsächlich die Voice Actress von Astrid. Hat ein sehr cooles Englisch mit französischem Akzent hingelegt. Mochte ich. Fand ich gut. Aber ich fand ja auch tatsächlich das hat das Englisch mit Akzent zum Beispiel in Plague Tale gut. Vielleicht mag ich das einfach. So, muss nur meine Äuglein schließen. Ich tatsächlich habe zu viel schwarzen Tee getrunken, aber ich werde jetzt auch hier einen Punkt machen. Ich bedanke mich bei allen, die sich die letzten, wie lang streamen wir jetzt? 6 Stunden durch die Staffel The Wreck mit mir geklickt haben. Ich meine, für euch war es ja wahrscheinlich praktisch, als würdet ihr zusammen mit mir eine Staffelserie auf Netflix gucken. Deswegen habe ich auch diesen Vergleich gebracht. Ich kann jetzt zwischendurch noch was zu klicken, aber halt für euch gab es noch was zu gucken. Freut mich trotzdem, dass ihr bis zum Ende durchgehalten habt. Und beziehungsweise sage ich nochmal Hallo zu den Leuten, die das jetzt gerade als VOD gucken. Und wünsche euch eine gute Nacht. Dann bis bald wieder. Tschüss. Klimper, klimper, klimper.